secondary pitch to Garcia. Unique windup, sounding windup. But his fastball holds it plane pretty straight, keeps it down. He can throw his curveball, slider, changeup, and look for him to have that feel against right-handers.
Okay.
Got my apple juice, Buster.
You do have your apple juice. Always have your apple juice.
And it's nice and cold because it's in the freezer.
You got to move your mic a little closer to you. Just a little bit.
Like over here.
Yeah.
Schwarber.
Even more attitude for this really fun team.
That's a face shot, first pitch.
He just missed high. You pitched to Schwarber, right, in the World Series? Because when he was with Cubs, right?
Yeah, you got a couple hits off me. That's in.
I just wonder what song is playing in his head when he goes through his lineup.
Download the Domino's app today.
It's definitely a different look. No, it's different. It creates rhythm for him. He stays over the rubber pretty good doing this.
It's a weird windup. What do you got on that, Buster?
It's.
I got that being a double.
Yeah, it looks like a double to me. You watch old timers pitch, Buster?
Yeah.
And they have that kind of like, almost like a dance to them.
Yeah.
Some of the great old timers. I mean, old timers back in the 20s, the 30s, maybe the 40s even.
I think of even like Paul Bird when he did like the double overhead pumps and stuff like that.
But he's a lot more modern.
Right. Yeah.
But that's the way they pitched, They were that like.
Did they do the underleg?
No, they didn't do this one, though, Buster. They didn't do that. All right. Enough of that. So we start out with the double, huh? Uh-oh.
Oh, he swung.
That's like a big uh-oh right away.
Yeah, leadoff
double.
Leadoff guy of the game getting on is no good.
Yeah, that's just not good. Well, I mean, it's good if you're Boston.
It's good if you're Boston, yeah.
Buster, I got pistachios I can go get to eat. I got raisins.
Oh, you got raisins.
I got my grapes here. I got my apple juice. I'm all set.
You're all snacked out.
I even have some bars, some Laura bars.
Sit soft?
Do you get it?
Oh. Wow.
Wow, that saved a run, possibly.
Schwarber doesn't think that.
Because if he goes to third, then they have only one out. Man on third, they can score him, no sweat.
Well, if he doesn't catch it, the ball dribbles by him.
Yep, that saved a run.
Very similar play last night on Brantley.
We'll see if he actually caught it or not, but that saved a run almost for sure. Yeah, look at that catch! Woo!
These slow motion.
Look at that! Isn't that great slow motion work? Wow.
The fact that they have it in focus at the right time. Oh, Schwarber almost got
nailed.
Oh, there's no one at second. Correa would have gotten there, yeah. Great play.
I thought it was going to fall. As soon as it came off the bat, I was going, that's going to drop.
Yeah. Felt the same way.
Well, they could still score him. It's going to be tougher now because they move him over to third, but there's 2 outs, and so it's not easy to get him home. That falls, and he's either home or he's on third, and he's going to score almost for sure.
That's probably first and third, nobody out.
Yep.
With Devers, JD, and
everybody else coming up behind.
That's not great.
Ready to hit a scoring fly ball.
Ended up scoring on the 2 leadoff home runs that started innings by Hernandez. Kike went deep in the third, and then again in the ninth.
Kike went deep in the ninth, huh? I didn't see that. He is hot.
Devers with a chance.
Oh, blew it right by him.
Yep.
Well, he took a hack at that, though.
Yep.
His fastball looks like it's got 4 more miles on it. Throws it up in zone. Start him with a breaking ball through a high fastball.
Not a high fastball, Buster. Not a fastball up in the zone. Oh my God.
either pull it down the middle or throw it up over his head. It's an art you got to practice.
I like that, throwing it over his head. Long toss. Too bad it's not a strike, but it still sounds like fun.
It sends a message. It partially accomplishes the task. Is that 96?
I don't
I didn't
know.
know you could throw that hard.
I didn't see it.
His average in the postseason when his Red Sox are trailing in a series, as they trail here in game 2, 1-0. The tendency here is you got to stay stubborn. He's not caught up to anything up there. And yes, you could go to a curveball, probably strike him out and a ball down, but he could also lace it.
Yeah, I've made that mistake before.
Type of swing approach.
They'll stay upstairs.
They should.
Nope. Went down. Missed. Slider or
dangerous-
curveball?
I think it's a slider.
Looked like slider to me.
Yeah, dangerous game with Devers. I threw him a curveball probably 8 inches off the plate in, and Berto went down to block it, and he hit it out in Fenway. So,
Yeah, he dropped that bat head down on it.
yep.
And with Fenway being what it is, it doesn't take much to if you drop the bat head just right, it flies out.
Yeah.
Either, especially down the right. Is the right field line or the monster worse? Which one?
The Monsters kills me. He had a homer off me the same game. He thought he pulled it, didn't know where the ball was. He popped it up off the hands, and it landed on top of the Monster seats.
Yeah.
A home run in exactly one park.
Come on, Garcia, get him.
Nope.
Oh!
Nope. You didn't chase.
Ah.
Are you rooting for the Astros here?
Buster, I root for pitchers.
Okay.
So when the Boston pitcher's out there, I'll be rooting for him too.
Good one to root for.
I only root for pitchers. That's what I do. I don't know anything about hitters except they just have that bat and they stand there trying to smack things. Pitchers are cool.
It's quite the description on. They just have this thing in their hands and they try to whack things.
That's usually not how I describe it. Usually how I describe it is they have this club and they're Neanderthals getting ready to whack something. But probably on a live stream, that's probably not the best idea.
Yeah, that's how your students get a kick out of that, right?
Yeah. But it's true as a pitcher, if you're training pitchers, you have to get pitchers to gear themselves to think that it's just another guy at the plate.
Yeah.
He has that thing in his hand. That thing can be dangerous, but it's not like it's monumental.
Yeah.
Because they have to have faith they can get him out.
Yeah. No doubt.
So it's not really to demonize hitters. It's to try to get pitchers to kind of just take
it's a mindset thing.
A mindset of what the reality of the situation is. He's still got to hit the thing, and he's just another guy with a bat.
Yeah, that's a ball. Boy.
I don't know. That didn't miss by much.
Yeah, but you're not going to get that call with the way he caught it.
Boy, I don't know. I think that caught the zone, Buster.
No, it was an open circle. According to K-Zone, it didn't catch the zone.
Replay. I demand a replay. Where's your strike zone? Who's this, Fox? Come on, Fox. Give me the little box. I want to see if it's a strike or not.
You missed it when they flashed on the screen originally.
I was too busy yelling.
Yeah.
What are they doing? Complaining?
I don't know.
Yeah, but it's a home plate umpire, so usually that has something to do about arguing balls and strikes.
Yeah,
right?
but they wouldn't have been arguing.
I know, because that's Boston. Yeah. They got the benefit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you need a double. If you're a pitcher right now, I'm not rooting for either team, but if you're a pitcher right now, you got to have a double play, right?
You just need an out.
Yeah, you need an out, but a double play would be great. But you need an out.
Great,
great pitch.
You need an out because second and third, 2 outs, you feel fine. Any out gets you out of it.
That was a great pitch, Buster. Look at that thing. Right at the stop of the zone. Ooh, yes.
Yeah. I'm trying to get a strikeout here if I'm on the mound. That's always
You're
what
always
that's always
trying
what
to
I try
get
to
a
do. But
strikeout. What are you talking about? You don't know anything else but strikeout.
that's true.
You have
Oh,
a single mindset. That was a great slider.
That was a really good slide.
That was a great slider. Not because the quality of the slider so much, but because of where it was placed. He obviously saw a fastball. Woo! No chance.
You got close to that one.
Only a couple feet.
Yeah. Another great slow-mo from the side.
All right. What is it? 0-2? Yeah. What do you do? High fastball. Up and out of the zone.
No.
Yes.
Not after that swing. Psst. Throw the same exact pitch. If you're
He's not gonna see it as a fastball twice in a row, Buster.
I'm just in an 0-2 count. After I see that swing, I throw the same pitch and see what he does. And
that's why you're the major league pitcher and I'm not.
Now you can throw the fastball. Yeah.
That's why I'm the peanut gallery.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what happens here. 1-2. Bogart's at the plate, huh? 15 pitches in. Boy, gonna be a long inning if he doesn't get out here.
He's got him set up.
Yep. Curveball.
No, that was a.
You think it's a slider? Well, it sure wasn't a slurve because it had no sideways break. That thing was straight down, so it was a gravity slider.
Yeah, it was
that's gyro ball.
He tried to overthrow it.
That's gyro ball slider. Yep,
Yeah.
Dead gyro. It was tilted up just a little bit, but it was dead gyro.
Yeah.
And it just went straight down. Gravity slider.
Yep.
But because it was a strikeout, guess what? It was a great pitch.
Yeah.
Because the quality of the pitch is never about the quality of the pitch. It's only about the result, right? Great pitches that fly out of the park are still terrible.
That's how it, yeah. You judge it in arrears.
You judge it in arrears. I like that. It's kind of like playing property taxes. They're always in arrears. And about as distasteful.
Yeah. No doubt about that. Taxes in general.
All right, come on. Let's see it. Let's see it. He's got 2 outs. He just got finding out anywhere. If I had my way, every game would end up 0-0 because I root for both pitchers. No one would ever score.
I don't know how the game ends if it's 0-0.
Well, because they put a guy on second. He's an unearned run, right?
Oh, okay.
So
you don't care about the actual score. It's just the earned runs.
What? Yeah.
Is that how you root for my
only thing counts against pitchers is earned runs. Because wins and losses don't count anymore because they figured out that, pitchers, they do affect it, but not, completely.
Yeah.
This guy they got from the Dodgers, he's been pretty good for him this year, hasn't he?
Yeah, he can really play.
Yeah, last year he wasn't so. When he first went over there was some questions about the trade, but I don't think there's any questions about the trade now.
No, hard to judge a guy in his rookie season in the big leagues.
Yeah, he's been good. There's no doubt about it.
That was the curveball, I think.
Is he? I wonder if Verdugo is a Scottish type name, or because it doesn't sound Scottish, it sounds Hispanic. But red beard, and then he's got the green shoes on, so it's like leprechauns or whatever, right?
Well, that would just be Boston.
What, they have green shoes?
Yeah, one of their alternate colors
is green.
Well,
they wear that on around. Yeah. Is it St. Patrick's Day or whatever? I don't know. Whatever it is.
Not sure.
But the rest of them don't have green shoes on, Buster.
Yeah, not every player wears green shoes, but it is one of Boston's alternate colors.
I thought they were all supposed to be in uniform, where the commissioner got mad.
Well, now they've loosened the regulations. That was a good pitch.
That was a great pitch.
Dangerous. A 3-1 changeup.
That was a great pitch. Who throws a 3-0 changeup?
I'm just saying down and in is.
Yeah, but it's a great pitch. 3-0. It's unexpected.
Yeah.
And the quality of it was actually good too. That was about what, 230? Pretty
Yeah, hard to
close.
tell from the high angle exactly, but yeah, it was
It's pretty good
size
spin on
him.
it. Yep, pretty
Yeah.
good spin on it too.
Now what do you throw?
Fastball.
No.
Everybody's favorite fastball. There it is. Fastball 95. He walked
Ball
him.
off in.
Not a good idea. Here comes Strummy. Hi, Strum. Boy, Strum's getting his workout going back and forth to the mound this postseason so far.
The chat wants to inform you that Verdugo is Mexican, and so
Mexican?
That's why he has the Mexican flag colors.
Oh, the green.
Yeah.
Oh, very cool. I didn't know he was Mexican. You know, there aren't a lot of players in the big leagues that are actually there's a lot of Hispanics, and there's a lot from the Caribbean area, you know, that area there. And then the Venezuelans and a few Colombians here and there and stuff. But you don't get a lot of Mexican players in there. They have a huge fan base when they do.
Yeah.
It's great for baseball.
Fernando Mania.
Yeah, Fernando Mania to the max. Great for baseball. No doubt about it. Just great. Here's our buddy. Here's our buddy.
Yep. 0 for last 12 with runners on base. It doesn't sound like a good thing for the Astros right now because that ain't going to last.
I wonder if he still works with Rob or not.
Probably not. I mean, I don't know. Maybe in the offseason.
Yeah. I could root for JD, but not right now. Because it's cool when pitchers...
you built a freaking facility for him to hit at to study how to beat me in the big leagues. Of course you can root for JD.
Well,
that's such a betrayal.
What am I supposed to do, Buster? I didn't know he was going to go hit there.
Unbelievable. Hey, Trevor, look, I built this new facility. Isn't it great? Yeah, that looks great. Oh, the entire Detroit team is in there studying how to hit against you.
Hey,
okay.
Talk to somebody else about there. Speak to the hand. No, I got to root for the pitcher though, Buster, because when pitchers get out of like bases loaded jams, it's cool.
1 out stuff with
so
JD.
The chat,
he will grab
the chat is already telling me I'm messing up. I can't believe it, Buster.
No, they love you.
All right, get him. Oh, is he gonna get there? No, gone. Holy moly.
Told you that didn't look good for the Astros because it wasn't going to last.
Oh,
for his last
man.
12 with runners in scoring position. Grand slam.
After being 0 for 12, you got to.
That's just such typical
sooner
JD too.
Sooner or later, he's going to break out of it.
That's
opposite way too.
Yeah, that's just such a typical.
He just kind of served it out there.
Yep.
Man.
Yep. Yeah, the walks, better to give up the leadoff double as 1 run
absolutely
than end up in this position because he's still
absolutely
not out of the water.
I like this little golf cart thing.
Ride, yeah.
The little shopping cart idea.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's hard for pitchers sometimes to realize because they don't want to give up a run at all, right?
No, it's especially in the playoffs,
but
runs are such a premium, right? So
yeah.
You give up 1, you feel like, I
could have lost the game.
When you look at 9 innings and you look at the final scores of these games,
right.
Many times it's 5-4, it's 6-5, it's 4-2.
Yep.
You know, there's enough runs scored, and it's really hard mentally to free yourself up. To be like, okay, it's the playoffs. I'll pitch. I'll be okay giving up 1 run.
Yeah.
But the guys who can do that and approach it just like more so like a regular season game, they end up throwing more strikes. They don't walk people. They're not behind in the count, and then they end up not giving up the run because they put the pressure on the hitters. It's like completely.
The next hitter after the double, you have to go straight at him.
Yeah.
And you got to say, if he hits a home run, it's okay, right? But I got to get him out, right?
Yep.
Because loading up the bases with more people just increases the odds that you're not going to give up 1.
Yep.
You're going to give up multiples. It's going to be a crooked number. And a
4,
crooked number is what ends the game a lot of times.
4 in the first. With Evaldi on the mound, I mean, the Astros are going to come back. They're going to score some runs. They're going to put some pressure.
Absolutely.
But you also now you just limit your start, so you're in the bullpen more.
Yep.
And You got to climb out of a
Unle-
4-0 hill. This game could be
Un-
over already. And
unless you just leave him out there to wear it, but then you're like almost giving up the game. But
yeah,
in some cases, depending on how the series is and how your pitching stacks up, and sometimes you just say, well, you know what? I got to get 3 or 4 innings out of him because,
Yeah.
I got to play for not only today, but tomorrow also. But yeah, it wasn't a terrible pitch.
no.
He just worked himself into a situation that was really tough.
You face a guy, a professional hitter like that with bases loaded. He knows you have to get more of the
Correct.
plate, so he's going to be a lot more selective.
Yep.
He's just looking for a pitch that's out over the plate anyway, because all he's trying to do is in that situation is shoot something the other way for a hit.
Because then you score the guy from third.
Because that's his, more inexperienced hitters in that situation try to pull, get aggressive. You can get him to chase out of the zone. You're not going to get JD to chase out of the zone there because he understands the game. He knows what you have to do.
Yeah.
So he's just sitting there looking to shoot a ball the other way and take his hit for a couple runs because he understands how important it is. And all of a sudden, it just sneaks out the short porch and game could be over.
And the reason it happens is, as you start loading up those bases with more and more guys, your ability to throw different things just starts shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. So they can zone in on, okay, I'm going to get something here one way or another, right? I don't have to worry about like it'll be this or that or the other. I'm going to focus either only on one thing or maybe 2 things. And then when they see it, it's like, wow, right?
Yeah.
Whereas, there's one guy on and there's a potential you could still give up a run. He's out there on second. But at the plate, you're still thinking, well, I could get this, I could get that. But
yeah,
you just keep loading those bases up, and your window for what you can use and how you can go about attacking him just narrows and narrows and narrows.
You have to be perfect.
Yeah. Yep. No doubt about it.
Yeah, but there's an animal on the end.
But now, Buster, I have to. How do I root for Evaldi? Because if I root for Evaldi, then the Astros never come back, and then it's a 4-0 game, and it's kind of boring. Now I almost have to root for him to do bad so that the game gets interesting.
Where did my water go? I don't have water.
I'm in a quandary, Buster.
Most bladder leak pads are similar until always discrete invented a pad that protects differently with 2 rapid drying layers. For strong protection, that's always
Where are my glasses?
What's to protection? Try always discreet.
Oh, I gotta go get my glasses.
Today's telecast is sponsored by T-Mobile, the leader in 5G. Beautiful Saturday in Houston. Here's your lineup. Same look with one little tweak. Game 1. Jose Altuve, a hero last night. Leads it off. Michael Brantley, instead of DHing, is in one. Change. Alex Bregman is third. Jordan Alvarez is the DH. Then Carlos Correa, Kyle Tucker, Yuli Gurriel, Chad.
Greetings from Poland. Hello to everyone from Poland.
Against Nate Dogg, he rolled it. You're going to see a lot of running. You're going to see a lot of fastballs, split fingers, curveballs, sliders, cutters. He's got it all. He's got 5 pitches. He throws at least 10%, and he's a strike throwing machine. And that has turned his whole career, and especially the postseason round, his ability to do that.
98 paint.
98 right out of the chute for a guy who's had 2 Tommy John surgeries. Had one as a junior in high school, another one in 2016. He can light up a radar gun, and so far this postseason, 16 strikeouts, 1 walk for 2 starts.
16 punches and 1 walk. It's pretty good.
Up his approach, hitters were hitting his fastball 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Now it's with the
Buster's getting his snacks.
Still, you can't miss up against the Astros, and that's the problem the Red Sox made yesterday.
Change up split.
And if it needs for strike 2. It's hard to believe that this guy can hit a ball in his neck. He really can. I mean, he can hit a ball. He's one of the best high ball, bad ball hitters for any size of a player, let alone his size.
Slider.
Vivaldi needs
to shut down inning here for Boston. Get off to a good start. Astros looking to get a couple here. Just get back in the game. 2-2 split Altuve or slider cutter? Split. Good at bat going here by Altuve. Leadoff walk would not be good here. Make him hit it. Cutter. Good pitch. You can go back to that split. It's probably a ground ball if you can throw it in the lower half of the zone.
Didn't make any starts, got into 3 games and was dominant against the Dodgers.
Fastball away here after the cutter probably works too. Yep. Got the ground ball. Good start. Good start. Would I rather have a 100-mile-per-hour fastball with no movement or a 92-mile-an-hour fastball with movement? I would take the 100 with no movement. I guess I'd ask, though, what you define as no movement, because if you're talking about no run to it, then 100 probably is going to have a lot of lift to it, which means it's 100 with a lot of good vertical movement. If you're talking about no movement at all, well, then it's just going to drop due to gravity, and that's like 100 slider. And that's like Clase, the guy, the reliever for the Indians or the Guardians, or I don't know what the Cleveland team. That's like his fastball. It's like a slider basically, and that's nasty too. So yeah, I'll take the 100 all day. Yeah, I'll take 100.
Let's try and take 100. I would take 100 any day.
Yeah, 100 is the right answer for sure.
To throw 100 miles an hour. Are you eating any pistachios, or is your diet too anti-pistachio?
Might have a couple. Might snack.
I got raisins, pistachios, I got grapes, apple juice.
Yeah, you got all sorts of snacks.
Of course. Got my little trash can to throw my seeds in, my
Yeah, but you
shells in.
positioned it wrong. It's behind you. It's hard to.
Hey, Buster, I'm live streaming. How am I supposed to live stream it and have a trash can in front of me? That's not cool. He wants me to be uncool. So what happened while I was gone?
Good at bat by Altuve. Fouled off a couple pitches, went 3-2, ended up grounding out. But a lot of pitches so far.
There's Brent.
Yeah.
He's batting 2. He used to bat like, I don't know, 4 or 5, something like that.
Oh. That was shaky. The chat is pointing out that, of course, you would have a trash can watching an Astros game.
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. No
Y'all are funny
intent.
today.
No intent.
Look at Schwarber picking it over at first. The chat wants to know if you think a hot dog is a sandwich. Go ahead.
I think a hot dog's good. Who cares if it's a sandwich or not? It's just fun to eat. Buster, these silly raisins don't want to open. I ripped the little top thing, but it still didn't.
Oh, a little dinker.
Buster, what is going on with these raisins?
Where's your little X-Acto knife?
I'm gonna have to go cut it. It had the little tabs, and you rip once it's supposed to open.
Oh man.
See how he's got it cocked right now, but he starts out with his hands straight.
95 slider, 105 fastball consistently. 95 slider for sure. Am I good at any other sports besides baseball? Your traditional sports, your basketballs, footballs, hockey, golf, stuff like that. No. I'm probably not good at any other sport, honestly, but definitely not the major ones.
That's called a shift.
Would I rather have a 102 cutter or a 102 sinker? 102 cutter.
102 cutter.
Yep.
Absolutely.
There's some people that throw 102 sinkers, so hitters have seen them. There's really no one that throws a 102 cutter. So
I don't know how you throw a 102 cutter.
ask Clase.
Yeah, I guess he does, doesn't he? Supposedly. I never really watched him pitch, but he throws way up over 100, and they say it's a cutter. I don't know if it's a true cutter or not, but if it
It's
is,
like a gyro slider.
yeah.
Basically, it's nasty.
Well, if it's a gyro slider, it's even. I think it'd be even harder to throw at 102. The cutters, at least.
It's a cutter. It has a little bit of lift to it, but it's nasty. You saw Corbin Burns through like a 95, 96 cutter, and no one can hit that. So 102 cutter would be great.
Well, the thing is you can always get a ball to sink. That's not hard to do.
Yeah.
What's hard to do is get lift on balls, right? So if it's a 102 mile an hour sinker or cutter, you take the cutter because you can actually get a ball to sink. All you got to do is get the axis to go flop over, and it just gravity takes care of it from there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But trying to get lift on a ball, that's not easy.
Well, some people can only cut a ball; they can't sink it because of how their hand comes through for whatever reason.
Because when they were little, no one ever recognized that when they threw a fastball, they were throwing a cutter.
What about people whose fingers are like way different?
Well,
Like
that may be something that's
where
anatomical.
you literally can't.
Yeah, I guess if
Yeah.
they're that much offset in between them, I can't offset mine that much. But
Nope.
Nope.
Boy, that ball was scalded. Wow. They had him positioned perfectly out there. Well, it wasn't the cleanest inning, but he got through it. Now let's check him. Take his belt off. Make him take his jersey off. Check under the socks, under the cleats, in between the toes. Check everywhere.
you forgot inside the lip.
Yeah, check inside the lip. You're not supposed to know about that one, Buster. That's an industry secret.
You know, pistachios are pretty good with raisins, Buster. I've never had pistachio. I eat almonds with raisins, but the first time pistachios with raisins, I like that. It's pretty yummy.
Coming up with all sorts of different combos.
Ooh, that looks yummy, Buster.
You're just hungry, I think, is the issue.
I just like to eat. What are you talking about?
And you were
I'm
telling me
I'm never hungry. I just like to eat. It's like my hobby.
you were telling me I couldn't be tempting you with food when you came down here. Here you are with a whole spread.
Well, you told me I was going to have to live stream if you're going to go see James Bond with me. So, hey, I got to get ready. If I'm going to have to sit in front of a TV for a whole baseball game, I have to get ready. I haven't broken out the popsicles yet, Buster.
I know.
They're still to come.
I know.
I'll shoot you an estimate as soon as I get back to the office. Hey, I can help you do that right now. That's right. Wow. Yep, I'm the all-in-one management software for small business. That's right. Sure thing.
Do I long toss year round? I used to in high school and in college. I haven't long tossed year round really in my pro career, mainly because I've spent a lot of it in indoor training facilities or in cold weather climates. So Also, I don't have like a long toss partner usually. So I do a lot of stuff indoors. And then when I get to spring training, I do notice there's a large drop off in how effective my fastball is, how the ball comes out of my hand, how synced up my mechanics are until I start long tossing again. That's always what gets me back. And it usually takes about a week and a half, 2 weeks to sync everything up. So I would definitely not recommend not long tossing year round, but yeah, just because of the circumstances, I haven't done that for most of my pro career.
That's bogus. He's boring. Used to be when he was a kid, he'd go find a field that was about 300 yards long that had a fence over there, and he'd just throw a bucket of balls into the fence. He didn't need a partner.
Yeah, that's what
But
I
of
did in high
course,
school.
now, given you're a big leaguer,
No, I have other things that I work on. So I need to work on my command. I need to work on developing a pitch. I need to work on the velocity. I need to work on something else. I can do a lot of those things indoors and without long tossing, because I know that when I do go long toss, it'll sync back up. I'll have it back in a week and a half or 2 weeks. So that's one of the things that I use spring training for.
oh boy, I like Plawecki. But they left him out there. They're going to try to get some innings out of him.
Yeah, they need some.
They need some.
Even with an off day tomorrow, they need some innings.
Right. So unless he gets in trouble, it looks like they're going to, hope that they can score enough runs to match up.
They're going to get some. I don't think they're getting shut out today, but they got to keep it here. That's for sure.
I don't know. I think when you're younger, it's more important to long toss than when you're older.
Yeah.
I think as your arm is developing, I think after your arm is totally developed and like at the age that you are and people like that, your arm's, closer to totally developed. It's important that you keep it stretched out and loose, but there's something that helps in building an arm doing long toss.
Yeah. So throwing in and of itself is a plyometric exercise. So when you're a youth player, the more there's two principles at play there. You need to develop a capacity and a workload tolerance. So a higher throwing volume with lower intensities helps to build the capacity and the durability and stuff. But then you also have the plyometric properties, the tendon strength, the stretch shortening cycle, stuff like that, that if you train at low intensities, a little bit higher volumes, and you build the capacity, you're also continually stressing those tissues, and that's going to build plyometric capacity, plyometric ability. So then when you get later in life and you add strength and you add intensity on top of it, you have a base level of ability, a base level of tolerance in those tissues. So definitely agree. I mean, I long toss as a kid all the time. That was how we did our throwing. You hit me like short ground balls to warm up, and then longer ground balls at shortstop. I was throwing on the run, being athletic, and then I would throw
Outfield
fly balls from the outfield. So,
and then we just threw long toss periods since you were about 8, I guess.
Yeah.
What, about 8?
It was
I think
early,
somewhere around 8,
somewhere around there, and then really more
when the Vipers started to form up.
Yeah, and then more officially, like a structured program when I did Alan Jager's camp at like 11?
Yeah, something
12,
like that.
10, somewhere right
around
in those years.
Yeah.
We got a blister?
I don't know. I couldn't tell what they were looking at.
That's tough because they lost McCullers for this series too.
Yeah.
Starting pitchers just hitting the.
Starting pitchers are almost a thing of the past, Buster.
That's true.
With all the openers and short stints for them, starting pitchers are kind of a lost breed.
Yeah. That sucks for the Astros.
He went straight to the clubhouse.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's going down there to get some x-rays or some look at his hand or what they're looking at, but it's not good when you head straight for the clubhouse to start getting tested.
Yeah.
But figures I wasn't paying enough attention to the game to know what was going on.
Well, I'm surprised you haven't taken your first mid-game nap yet.
Nah, that's innings 3 and 4.
Innings 3 and 4. That's fair. Yeah. And no wonder you don't think starting pitching exists anymore. All you ever see is 2 inning stints at a time. You wake up, there's a new guy in there.
Yeah. Hey, where'd he come from? That's what they make box scores for, Buster.
That's right. What's your top velo? The chat's asking what you top out at.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I never pitch. You have to pitch to actually have top velo. I don't pitch.
All right. You don't pull down?
No.
You don't throw batting practice?
Why would
You
I
don't
throw
demonstrate
batting
for your
practice, or
students?
why would I pull down? I'm 65 years old. Doesn't make any sense. What would I be doing it for?
Nolan Ryan throws 85 at 65 years old.
Well, maybe he plays in a senior league. I don't.
Okay, so here's a question. As a parent who coaches their kid, what is the best thing that you can do? What would you recommend?
If I had to say something, I would say make them responsible for their for the time and effort that whoever puts into them. So, so if you put into time and effort into coaching a kid, you want them to take the coaching and spend time on their own, actually practicing whatever the coaching is or learning whatever the coaching is, so they take on responsibility for their own advancement. Because you can't want it for them. They have to want it for themselves, right? They have to own it for themselves.
Yeah.
Right? So the best thing that you can do is get them to decide whether they really want it or whether they, so that the time investment you're putting into it is something that you walk side by side with them along the path versus you want them to do it, but they aren't so sure about it, right? So I think that's the very first thing as a parent coaching a kid is start teaching them from the very get-go that it's like, this is your sport, this is your interest. I'm willing to help you with your interest, but it's your interest.
Yeah.
It's not mine.
Yeah.
You can't want it for them. They have to want it for themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, you see a lot of the parents kind of living vicariously through their kids.
Correct.
And
that doesn't help the kid.
Parents getting super competitive
Right.
over their kids' games.
Right.
When the kid may just want to be out there having
Yeah.
fun and he
And
may
it's
not
fine.
be as competitive or whatever, but the parents are living out their life through their kid.
Yeah. And it's great if the kid just wants to be out there for fun.
Yeah.
But it's important that the parents understand that that's the kid's interest level so that then they work with the kid appropriately to that interest level.
Yeah.
But if you have a kid that's really just in it for fun and you're trying to push them to be a major leaguer already or something like that, it creates more strife than it does two people walking down a road together.
Yeah.
And I think it's also important that kids learn the distinction.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure as a parent, you may understand that, but a kid doesn't.
Yeah.
And your job as a parent is to instill that or teach that to the kid so the kid themselves has the realization that this is my life. I have a say-so in my life. I have a choice about my life. And if I choose this, my parents are willing to help me with it, but it's not like they're trying to force me to do it.
Right. So if it's baseball, it's baseball. If it's piano, it's piano.
Correct.
If it's, whatever, and you support them
Yeah.
in what their endeavor
If it's video
is.
games, if they wanted to become a professional video game player and, be a tournament player and make money at the tournament or stuff, it's not my choice, but,
Yeah.
that's what it is. So if you ask me what's most important, that's why I'd say the very first thing is you got to make the distinction between, for the kid, what his level of interest is, and so you know how to participate with them.
Yeah. And what are some of the ways that you did that with me growing up?
Well, when you wanted less, so since I didn't pitch and I wanted to make sure you didn't get hurt, and so the choice was between your mom and I that we were going to actually go to a professional that knew about pitching to get you coaching, right? So the first thing I told you is like, okay, we'll buy the coaching for you, but after the lesson, you go out and do the practicing. I'll help you with the practicing. But if you're not willing to practice so that the next time you take the lesson, you've started to master what was taught to you, and the next lesson they can move on from there, then I'm not going to keep buying the lessons, because the lessons aren't babysitting.
Right.
It's a learning experience.
Yeah.
And your part of that learning experience is to do the work associated with it, right?
Yeah.
And so there's one way right there, because then the kid themselves has to start taking on responsibility for their own actions, how they relate to
Yeah.
the sport and all that other stuff, right?
Yeah. It was a unique situation growing up because we lived in California, but you worked
In New
most of the
Mexico.
week in New Mexico.
Correct.
So if I wanted to get practice done, it was, have mom take me to the field or ride my bike up to the park with buckets of baseballs on my handlebars and throw into a fence and do my workouts on my own, or find one of the neighborhood kids or someone like that to throw with. But it just became a lot easier for me to take my buckets of baseballs and ride them up to the park on my bike.
And that's taking responsibility for it.
Yeah. And then that's kind of how I think I developed. That's one of the biggest ways I developed the work ethic that I have now.
Yep.
So,
well, that was one of the other reasons I wanted to. So kids don't work this day and age. I grew up in a different generation, right? And so as a kid, you went to work, right? And it wasn't always work as is in like you had a job, but your uncles were out cutting wood, or your uncles were out repairing a fence, or your uncles were out cutting the alfalfa, or, whatever it was, right? And you didn't get to just pass. It's like, hey, we're going to go cut alfalfa tomorrow. You need to get up and hop on the tractor so that hey, we need to chop some wood because we need wood for tonight for the stove. So it's like, out there you go. And even if you weren't chopping it, as it was getting chopped, you were carrying it and go put it where it needed to belong or something.
Yeah.
So you learned through the fact that you actually had to work. But this day and age, because society's changed so much, that doesn't happen a lot for a lot of kids, especially in urban areas.
Yeah.
So taking responsibility for your own sport, being baseball, riding up to the park with buckets of baseball, throwing baseballs, is establishing a work ethic, saying, okay, there's a job that needs to get done this week. This is my responsibility in the job. And now I can go out there and, actually do my part of the job. And then you build a self-esteem associated with it, but you also can be rewarded for it.
Yeah.
Right. So there's you have a certain amount of, you experience success to a certain extent with it. Right.
Right.
So, self-esteem and self-image and stuff come along with it.
Yeah.
So as you got older and it was clear that you weren't going to have a job per se, it was like your mom and I talked with her, and it was like, yeah, this is going to be Trevor's work. This is what's going to suffice for what used to happen with kids, where they just had to work because it was expected within the family unit.
Right. Yeah. So hopefully that answers the question, or gives some direction anyway.
It has no preset spending limit, so our purchasing power adapts to our budget.
So who actually came in while we were involved in that discussion? I didn't see who the pitchers they brought in.
Odorizzi's in now.
Oh, that's right.
He's warming up.
So really, so they got another starter in there. He could still give them length.
Yeah.
Was he supposed to be part of their rotation through the playoffs, or is he?
I think he's
is
been
he
in
a
the
starter
bullpen
that
for
ends up in a bullpen role?
I think he's a starter that ended up in a bullpen role for the postseason.
Yeah. Well, let's still get some length out of him.
I mentioned it earlier, but our dear friend Tim McCarver with a birthday today. Memphis born, debuted for the Cardinals as a 17-year-old kid. Starting catcher in 2 World Series.
And actually, I have a couple friends that have handled their kids very similar to that. And as I watch the kid grow up, I see the kind of work ethic they've learned and stuff like that. It actually, for modern day kids, it's actually a pretty good way of establishing a work ethic for them.
Yeah. I love this break as Odorizzi actually takes the time that he needs to warm up. So many times you see pitchers come in this situation and they do basically like a third or half their warm up because they're not used to the situation. No one's used to the situation, but they get rushed. They feel like they're ready, but they're not. They feel like they're taking too much time. Odorizzi is just taking his sweet time warming up. I love that.
He ought to. It's
Hey,
his career. It's his health.
Yeah, his results is the whole
Yep.
deal. So
Yep. That's one of the things you learn as kids start getting into the pro level. It's like no one looks out for you. You have to look out for yourself.
yeah,
There's no doubt about that. And
It's
if he
just-
gets hurt, it's terrible. And everybody will help him as far as, trying to rehabilitate him or medical or something. But it's still, he's the one that's hurt.
yep.
That's why I'm kind of in awe of somebody that the world watching, so to speak, and an entire stadium. He is in absolutely zero rush. This is what he would do to get ready for starting for Saturday. Rubbing on the baseballs and doing the stretching routine. This is it. I mean, he's doing what Jacob Rizzi wants to do.
It's not his fault. I mean,
No, you can't.
This
is the rule.
Yeah, and
This is the rule that they have, like-
not only is it the rule, but it's not his fault somebody else got injured.
Yeah.
He can't put his career at risk just because all of a sudden he had to get called on.
Yep.
But you see this at
This-
the youth level all the time.
Yeah. Well, this is the other scenario. The other thing about this is now that how long is the inning going to go?
Yeah,
So Evaldi comes out and
he's been sitting
is warmed
forever.
up for the start, and now you sit down for
30
30 minutes,
40 minutes,
40 minutes,
yeah,
who knows how long.
a long time.
And because there's still 0 out, 1 guy on. So what if he
Yep.
takes this 15 minutes or whatever to warm
Yep.
up, right? Let's say he has another 20-minute inning. He
Yep.
gets behind some guys, there's a couple runs scored, whatever. Like, how's this going to affect Evaldi?
Yep. At the youth level, what you see is a pitcher isn't doing too well. He may not get hurt. They go get the shortstop to pitch. The shortstop doesn't want to spend the time to really get warmed up. So you see so many kids get hurt pitching because they're not really warmed up to pitch.
Yeah.
They may be warmed up to play shortstop or first base or something like that. But what it takes to get ready to pitch is something totally different.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you see a lot of injuries that come out of that exact thing because you'll talk to parents afterwards, say, well, did he warm up? Well, not really, because then it's the whatever the story is after that.
Yep. Well, it's because youth baseball has been made so competitive and so time
Yeah, because
conscious. You got to
right,
fit so
they-
many games in.
they only have 45 minutes, or whatever,
Yeah.
or 2 hours and 45 minutes, and then the game's over, whether it's one
Right.
inning or 50 innings, right?
Yeah.
Yep, in the tournaments, that's for sure. We saw Odorizzi pitch for. I saw him pitch forever against you in
Yeah.
Cleveland when he was with the
Minnesota.
Twins.
Yeah.
Yeah, tough situation to come into, but he can handle it.
Doing the minors with the Brewers, Kansas City, and Tampa Bay, Minnesota, an all-star 2 years ago. Now in his first year with Houston.
Uh-oh.
He got it in way far enough.
Yeah.
No chance to keep that fair.
2 ball wits off the plate in.
Yeah, easy 2 ball wits in. But he sure jumped all over it. I sure wouldn't go back in there unless I got it way in there again.
Yeah.
Because he's clearly quick enough to turn on it.
Yeah, no doubt. Prove that.
Yep. Slowing away. Slider off the plate, right?
Cutter, slider, something going away.
Yep.
Yeah. Fastball away.
Fastball. I guess he kind of got it up center, but it was up above the zone at least. Got him to chase it. He's chased 2 out of the zone already.
Yeah.
Neither one of those were strikes. It's already 3-0. So if you got him chasing 2 out of the zone, you got to believe you don't want to throw this one in the zone.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 1-2, so you wouldn't want to throw it in the zone anyway, but you've gotten him to chase twice already.
Yeah. You don't have to throw this in the zone.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, you did.
Ooh, and he threw it right in the zone too.
Very hittable
Oh
pitch,
boy,
yeah.
I guess that was almost center cut. Probably a ball width off the dead center of the zone, and he missed it. He was late on it too, wasn't he?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably is caught in the middle, sitting, looking for something off speed.
Yeah, probably so. Go up.
Or go slower.
Slower or go up. Slower and away or go up.
He went up.
He went up and he got it.
That's the danger of staying hard.
Boy, I would have never guessed he'd get on that.
He wasn't really on it. I mean, he
He
like
didn't
kind
hit
of
it-
just
right.
fisted it over there.
He
was
didn't
still
hit it
kinda
well,
late.
but he got it right through the hole.
Yeah.
That's all he had to do.
I just see those are the type of things that you're in a shift playing him to pull something. He's late on fastballs and you stay hard. Well, if he does put it in play, you're gonna shoot it that way. I don't
Yeah.
know if that's. I wonder if that was kind of pitching to the game plan, or if
Or
they
if he
kind of
just missed.
deviated a little bit,
I don't know.
or maybe the Astros didn't update their. Because you kind of change your shifting based on who's on the mound, right? If you got a guy
would
that throws
think.
70% breaking balls, it's going to be a lot different
You would
shift
think.
patterns than a guy that throws 80% fastballs. Interesting on why they would attack that way and then shift that way.
I don't know if they shift based on their pitchers or if they shift based on the hitters. Because, if you look at hitters' spray charts, this hitter spray chart isn't necessarily going to show the differentiation between the type of pitcher he was facing, other than like left, right.
Right. Well, you'd have to think about, okay, well, this guy throws these pitches.
Right,
So if you have a sinker slider guy and then you bring in a 4-seam curveball guy,
right.
you would assume that you'd have to adjust because you're like, okay, well, if we're shifting because he hits fastballs and sinkers and sliders this way, well, this guy doesn't throw sinkers and sliders, so we'd have to shift this other way. But maybe that's not.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah.
Because if it's not something that's done, that's the next wave of how they're going to handle shifting, right? Is
Yeah.
not only shift based on hitter tendencies, but hitter tendencies against specific pitcher tendencies, right?
Right.
I'm sure there's teams out there that already do that.
Yeah.
They have these huge data science departments, right?
Yeah, for sure. There has to be.
Yeah. Boy, this is a tough situation, though. 2 on, nobody out already again.
Yep.
Oh, got it
And-
up high enough. Couldn't get on it.
They love that spot to him.
Yeah.
Big hole.
So so first guy was 1-2. Now he's got Schwarber 1-2. He needs to get a strikeout here or get a
Double
weak
play, but
ground
he's
ball.
not really a double play guy.
Yeah, or a weak ground ball for a double play, but he needs to do something here. You got 2 guys, 1 and 2, and you got to finish. Hopefully, finish both of them, but you got to finish at least one of them. Come on, finish him.
Is this a split away for a double play? That'd be his double play pitch. Yep.
That just wasn't close enough.
Yeah, I didn't hold the zone quite long enough.
Yep.
And now here they are in point at one ball. Yeah, they flipped and they have never put their head down, according to their manager, Alex Cora, who said, listen,
Try it again.
Yeah, it's just dangerous. You throw one down there, you get him looking down there. You throw one that's a little closer to the zone. If you miss in the zone, it goes a long way.
Yeah, but I'm not sure what else you're going to do.
Go back to the up and in.
Yeah. That
Yeah.
wasn't a hard. That
That was
wasn't
cutter.
hard. That was a cutter, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great pitch.
Yeah, he was underneath it. Stayed up just enough, it looks like.
Yep.
He yanked that thing,
He was a little out in front of it.
I
yeah.
guess.
outside the hot zone. But man, I just can't imagine. They say hitters see a ball like a softball, beach ball at times. There's no doubt it's what it looks like to him right now. I mean, it seems like it's in slow motion, and he's connected.
Slow him down even more.
If the Red Sox are going to go all the way to the World Series, they're going to have to get some other people hot, though, because you just can't stay that hot for a full postseason run.
Yeah, they're hitters. They go on cold.
Yeah.
Pitching wins. Nice pitch. No. Get there. Oh, he didn't get there. Oh, man.
No way you can go on that, though, because you don't know if he's going to get there or not. So
Yeah, I thought that was an out. I thought he could get there easy. It wasn't hit all that hard, but sure enough, another base hit. Holy moly, now you got bases loaded.
yeah, 1 out.
He can still get out of it. He's got to roll an infield hit hit there. He was way out in front of that, right off the end of the bat.
Yeah.
Brantley.
Doesn't have the fleetest, not the fleetest of
Correct.
foot out there.
I didn't realize it was him out in left field. He isn't the fleetest, that's for sure. Oh boy.
It's a good question. What's the individual nastiest pitch in baseball, and who throws it? What do you got?
I don't know. I don't inventory pitches that much, but I love Trinan's slider.
Mm-hmm.
That thing is like,
It's like a wiffle ball. Yeah.
yeah.
My money's on Devin Williams' changeup because I just don't know any right-handed pitchers that throw something with that in the bottom right quadrant of the breaks, something with negative vertical break and arm side run. And it's something that like no one throws that. So it's just nasty. Other contenders like Corbin Burns, cutter, Clase's cutter. Those are some of the. Yeah, those are kind of my top three. Trinan sinker also. 100 with 0 vertical lift and 22 arm side movement, 22 arm side run. Boy, that was banged. Gone. Homer.
Yep.
Another grand slam. Wow.
Holy moly.
Well, that's that game. Book it. Throw in the white towel now. Heading
Well,
back
I
to
guess.
Boston 1-1.
I guess we'll get to go see James Bond early, and I didn't need my popsicles and all my eats.
This game's done.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
1 in the first and 1 in the second,
One
right?
in the first and 1 in the second. Dang.
Boy, it's not the day for pitchers, Buster.
It's the day for one pitcher so far. He's got a scoreless inning. Man, what an onslaught.
Well, you keep putting people out there on base, and that's the tough thing that can happen. Because when they do make a good swing, it's not a solo; it's a 4 spot, just like those two have been.
Yep. Now you just leave Odorizzi out there to cover 5 innings, 6 innings if you can.
Right. Until maybe if you have a big inning, you score 4 or 5, maybe 6 runs, then you say, oh, we'll start thinking about it. But right now you just say, okay, you're going to eat a bunch of innings for us, Odorizzi.
Yeah. This is going to be a dogfight of a series. Neither of these teams are going away easy.
That's the Smoltz is just saying somebody's going to have to wear it. I think somebody's already wearing it.
Yep. And that Boston offense is tough. Okay, here's a question. With all the missed calls by home plate umpires, are we in favor of the electronic strike zone?
No, not for me.
Why?
Well, because I grew up with baseball being a sport where half the fun of watching was watching the managers
Yeah.
go after the umps and kick dirt on them and steal bases, and that's half the fun.
Yeah.
Now they've taken half the fun away, right?
Yeah.
But that's just me. You know, it- with the amount of replay they're doing now, though, it almost becomes like, okay, well, if you're gonna like have this much be adjudicated by replay or whatever, then having a electronic strike zone only makes sense. I was against all the replay stuff because it took the human element out of the game,
Yeah.
and so I still, come from that spot. But at the same time, now that they've had it advanced to the point where it has, it's almost one of those things where you say, yeah, I mean, with everything else that's electronic, why not?
Yeah.
But I don't know why anybody would want it like that, because that was one of the beauties of baseball. Of course, everything has to change, but that was one of the beauties of baseball.
Yeah.
There was always the talk, right? Oh, that ump missed that call, and now what's it going to be? It's going to be the robo ump screwed up.
Yeah.
Somebody behind the scenes has an algorithm that changes the call, and
Oh, can you
blah,
imagine
blah,
the
blah,
cheating
right?
scandals?
So now it's not going to be the on-field stuff. It's going to be the computer hackers that hacked into the Major League Baseball strike calling system.
Oh,
and,
I can see that being a scandal real easy. Oh, the strike zone was 2 inches smaller for the home team
exactly.
and 2 inches bigger for the yeah. Man, I can see that being a scandal for sure.
So, that'll be the new one. But if they are, I personally, though, it'll change the way pitching is done, I think.
Oh, absolutely. That's my biggest point on it. Hitters will hate it because the strike zone is 3-dimensional.
If they use a 3-dimensional strike zone, they started talking about, we're just going to make it 2-dimensional at the start of the plate. BS.
Yeah.
If you're going to go to for really electronic strike zone, it has to be 3-dimensional.
Correct.
And then when curveballs nick the back end of the strike zone at the tip of the plate, and hitters don't get rung up, that's going to be BS once again.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to play with an electronic strike zone, then it's like, okay, fair enough.
Yeah. That's the outlier pitches are going to become even more deadly.
Absolutely.
Your Chris Sale slider that has a ton of sweep that's coming from way out over on the first base side of the mound that nicks the down and away corner to a lefty on its way into the dirt. Like, that's going to be called a strike.
It better be.
The lefty's not going to have a chance of hitting that, and it's going to be called a strike. The big top-down curveballs that nick the very bottom edge of the zone and bounce behind the plate, those are strikes. The top-down curveballs that cross the hitter's front shoulder but nick the tip of the plate on the point of it, those are strikes.
Yep.
So it's just going to expand.
The curveballs at the top of the zone that no ump will come.
Yeah.
They're from the heavens that come breaking down out of the heavens, and they nick the top of the zone. Ball.
Yep.
It's like, blue, that's a strike.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then, hitters are going to get, all the missed, the catcher set up in and they miss away and they get the ball called, but it's actually a strike.
Yeah.
Hitters are going to hate all of those. There's going to be a lot of argument over that. So,
but if you're going to go to a strike zone, it better be 3-dimensional. Better not be any of this 2-dimensional crap at the front side of the plate, because that's BS. And then if they do go to a 3-dimensional strike zone, you're going to see guys that get just really good at certain particular pitches, like you say, a sweeping slider that just barely nicks the bottom edge of the strike zone, curveballs that come from 5 feet out of the sky that barely touch the top of the zone at the very back of the plate, and it'd be like hitting a slow pitch softball, right?
Yep.
Because why not?
That'll become the game. It'll be breaking pitches that can nick one of the extreme edges of the zone that the hitters can't hit. It's my same argument with moving the mound back. You just make breaking pitches. You would make breaking pitches way nastier, and you would increase the usage of them so much because it'd have an extra 2 feet of movement at the time when it's moving the most.
Correct.
So you would just widen the window of.
Correct.
So you have this visual coming out of a pitcher's hand, and there's a certain window that hitters identify as a strike, and then there's outside of that window they identify it as a ball. And so when you see hitters freeze on pitches, it's because they see a bunch of pitches through one window, and then they see a curveball pop up over the top of it maybe, and it's out of the window, so they read ball, and then it falls into the strike zone. That's really what goes on right now. If you make the strike zone electronic, or you move the mound back, and breaking pitchers are breaking even more, now you're expanding the window of potential strikes, which are going to make hitters have to deal with a lot more pitches to swing at, which is going to mean they're going to chase a lot more pitches, which is just going to make offensive numbers go down, strikeouts go up, hits. Like it's going to further the problem, in my opinion.
I'm not sure that strikeouts will go, up. I'm not sure that it'll kill the offense, but I'm sure it'll do one thing. It'll remodel pitching.
Yeah.
Pitching will now become less dependent on speed, and it'll be more dependent on who can really spin balls, right? And more power to pitchers, right?
Yeah.
And I agree with you. If they move the mound back, that's going to be worse.
Yeah.
Because the physics of it is the ball gets to the plate, why it looks like it has late break, is the velocity is built up in whatever direction it's going to move as it's on its way to the plate.
Yep.
And the velocity of it moving that direction is just started to get high when it arrives at the plate, when a hitter can't see it.
Mm-hmm.
So they're actually hitting on where the ball was, not where it is, right?
Yep.
Now you move the mound back 2 feet. If you want to see late break on a pitch, holy moly,
Yeah,
you're going to see pitches going 100 miles an hour between the right and left-handed batter's box.
Yeah, the people,
Not between the plate and the mound.
the people talking about moving the mound back have never sat there and caught a slider from a big league pitcher at 65 or 70 feet in catch play and had this thing like you expect it to be here, and then you're chasing it and you miss it because it moves an extra 3 feet from what you thought it was going to move.
And it's scary back there. It's
Yeah.
scary.
Yeah. So you have the ball traveling in the air, moving. It's taking longer and longer to move 1 foot of distance towards the plate because it's traveling slower and slower as the air slows it down.
But the velocity across, perpendicular to that, is gaining all the time.
Increasing, right?
Yep.
So you have this like really interesting like crossover effect that if you end up putting 2 more feet on the ball's flight, it's for those of you who haven't caught a curveball or a slider at anything more than 60 feet, it's pretty difficult. In fact, like when you're catching a guy with a nasty slider or something in catch play, you'd almost prefer that he throws it to you at 50 feet. You're like, it's not going to break a hole. I can catch it easy.
Exactly.
But if you put it at 62 feet, 65 feet, you're like, oh boy, this is going to go in the dirt. This is going to go.
Yeah,
you have
no idea where it's going to go.
Yeah. So
when we go out and play catch when you were younger, and even now when we go play catch on Christmas vacation, if I'm too far away and you're throwing me curveballs, it's like, oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because what ends up happening is you just don't know if they break hard and they get in the dirt and it kicks, you don't have any idea where it's going to kick up at you.
Right.
And if you're switching from sliders to cutters and change ups to cutters and stuff like that, and you get used to the ball moving one direction, so you're about, okay, this is about how much it's moving, so you get used to it. And then all of a sudden it goes the opposite direction. But now the difference between it isn't like this much movement. It's like this much movement.
Yep.
You're like, holy cow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. 41 minutes, they said. He sat
for
down
that
41 minutes. Yep. For a half inning of baseball.
Yeah.
I
hope he kept his arm warm.
Yeah.
I'm sure he did.
He's probably not long for this game, I would guess. If he gets through 4 innings and it's 8, 9, 10-0,
why not take him out?
have him ready for the next,
Yeah.
but
Shorten
especially with an off day tomorrow.
Yeah, shorten his outing so he can bounce back
better.
a little bit quicker. But he's had a history of arm problems.
Yeah.
He
had Tommy John in high school, and then he had Tommy John in the big leagues. So he's had it twice, but really if you look at his big league career, he's been just about as healthy as a lot of big leaguers. They have one Tommy John and whatever else. So
I guess,
I think Evaldi's about my age, right? He's 31, something like that. So
probably
if he had it in high school, then that's actually a pretty good first Tommy John because it lasted 10-ish years.
If I don't know when he had it, exactly, but yeah, I guess I don't know what the current statistics are on shelf life for Tommy Johns.
Yeah.
Before we used to say is right 6 to 7 years,
right?
Because that seemed to be the average age of or the average time that it.
between,
now-
yeah.
But now there's been a lot more Tommy John, so maybe the numbers are a little bit different. But still, if you're in high school, did he pitch in college or not? I think he
I'm
was.
not sure.
Yeah,
But if you had it in high school, let's say it's on the very back end of his senior year of high school, he was
Yeah.
18.
if he got drafted right away.
7 years from that would be 25 by the time he goes through the minor leagues and has
Yeah.
some big league time. Because I know he had it in the big leagues. So
Yeah, because he had arm just like 2 or 3 years ago.
yeah,
It's been recent.
yeah,
I guess Google will know.
yep.
But anyway, either way, because you may have to bring him back on short rest in one of the series. Even if you win this series and you move on, you may want him to be on short rest at some point. So if he's going to be on short rest at some point, there's no reason to push him today, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna grab some food, but the chat wants to know what your what your pitching history is.
None. Zero. Zilch. That was an easy answer. Not a pitcher. So I got interested in pitching because my son was interested in pitching. So I studied pitching because my son wanted to pitch. Ultimately, I'm not a pitcher, and I learned pitching trying to stay in front of him because I felt like as a dad, if I knew a little more about pitching than whatever level he was at, I could help him move forward. But it wasn't because I had been a pitcher and I was reflecting back. So wherever he was, I'd try to figure out, okay, in the next couple years, what am I looking at? Where would he be pitching? What's the next level? What type of pitches would he be throwing? What kind of velocities would be the expectation? And I studied pitching to stay in front of the bonehead over here. And now he just ribs me about my pitching knowledge or lack thereof.
I would put you in the top, I'd say, of pitching coaches in the world.
I'm not pitching coach.
If you were a pitching coach, I'd put you probably in the top 5% of pitching coaches in the world. That's pro coaches, youth coaches, whatever, worldwide. And just in knowledge of.
He's biased because I'm his dad. Don't believe him.
You have a wide range of knowledge. You have some experiential knowledge that we've talked about. That not a lot of coaches have any experiential knowledge of what it's like to pitch in a big league game. But then you have a lot of technical knowledge.
I have more technical knowledge. That's where I
Yeah.
thrive. I probably, if you were going to rate me, you'd have to rate me super high on technical knowledge and very low on experiential knowledge.
But you still have some experiential knowledge that a lot of coaches don't have because they've never had the types of discussions or gone through. I mean, I've been in the big leagues now as my 9 years or 8 years, something like that, parts of 8 years. So we've had a lot of discussions about what it's like to pitch in the big leagues and thought process in a game and stuff like that. So you have more knowledge on that front than a lot of coaches. You think about your youth coaches, your pitching coaches at the local high school or whatever.
Because I've actually had somebody that's gone through all these different
Right.
stages, and a lot of people don't have that luxury to actually walk alongside someone that's ever at that level.
Right. Yeah, technical knowledge wise is probably in the top 1 or 2% of people in the world.
There's not a lot of people that have as much technical knowledge about pitching as I do. Not many that have studied it at the level I've studied at.
Yeah, on the pitch design front, you probably are. You might be top 5 people in the world.
Yeah,
not even percent. Just,
there's not many people that have studied the way fingers come off the ball
No.
at 20,000 or 10,000 frames a second like I have.
Yeah.
And developed algorithms to be able to map it and blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
So he had Tommy John in 2008 as a junior. All right. And so he was drafted. He committed to Texas A&M, but it looks like he signed with the Dodgers instead. Let's see when he had his second Tommy John. 2008, Evaldi called up to the majors in 2011. Let's see. Where does it say after the 2012 season? Miami Marlins. Yankees. Did he have it with the Yankees? When did he have his second Tommy John? It was announced that Eovaldi would miss the remainder of the 16 season due to his torn flexor tendon. Okay.
Oh,
And
flexor.
partially torn.
Oh, so
ligament.
that's probably when he had it then.
Right.
And
so
that was
he
in 16?
announced that Eovaldi had undergone his second Tommy John. So he had the first one in 8, the second one in 16.
So 8 years.
So 8 years. So that's about
Yeah.
that's about the shelf life. Typically, you see 6 to 7 years is what they say. So if he had it in the 8th year, that's pretty typical.
Yep.
And now he's removed by 5 years if he had it in 16.
Yep, 4 or 5 years.
But from what I understand, the second Tommy John,
It's
the
shorter.
shelf life isn't quite as long.
Yeah.
So if I was a coach and I could get him out of this game because the score is 8-0, or it may be more than that at some point, I'd make it a short outing. That's for sure. It's been a long year, and he's coming off a short year, right? Because 20 was the COVID shortened season. Now he's had a full season that he's put in a lot of innings and stuff.
Yeah.
And now you're going to press him in the postseason, especially if you go all the way to the World Series.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'd get him out if I could.
Okay, the Red Sox hit another grand slam in the third.
No.
Man, you got 8 runs on 6 hits.
Wow.
That's efficiency.
I guess. Scoring 8 runs is pretty hard, period. But then
Yeah.
off of 6 hits, man.
Yep.
You know what happens a lot in games like this? Is the team that scores early and a lot, they kind of go to sleep.
Yep.
And then before you know it, the team that's behind starts, chipping away. And before
Yeah.
you know it, it gets closer than you'd want it to be.
Yeah.
But so far, the Astros have shown no.
I think this one's just kind of it's one of two ways. That happens, or it just becomes a huge blowout.
Yeah.
The team that gets behind early quits and is like, all right, not our day, and we'll
Pick
live
it up
for tomorrow.
next. Yeah, live for tomorrow. But we'll see.
Yeah.
Because if they're going to chip away at it, they got to start chipping away here pretty quick.
It's going to be
Or
next
you'll
thing,
run
the third
out of-
inning.
Yeah, or you're going to run out of innings, right? You just chipping away. You got to string together scores in 2, 3, or 4 innings.
It's gonna
a
happen.
run or 2 or 3.
Yeah, it happened in the third, bottom part of the order. Get a couple hits, get on. Top part of the order comes up, gets a big hit. Boy, that
Ball
strike.
wasn't even close.
That is not even remotely close.
Oh man!
Ball's 2 ball widths off the plate in.
See, and this is. I think this is where the electronic strike zone, where that people want it,
Yeah.
because they see that happen.
Right.
But what they don't see is all the other pitches that are going to end up,
Yeah, the ones that don't end at bats.
right.
Yeah.
But that wasn't even close. That wasn't even close.
Yep.
It wasn't as bad as some I've seen
There's
earlier
been some
in the strike
brutal
zone.
ones, but
But that was clearly not a strike.
the Paw Dog. Boy, that's dotted. Grab my food.
Yeah. Get him, Order Easy. Oh, you got him. Good job. Hey, it might be a quick inning, Buster. 2 outs already. Another place where I would say that I have a lot of knowledge as far as pitching coach stuff goes is on mechanics.
Yeah.
I've studied mechanics for years and years and years and years. I'd say my mechanical knowledge is high.
Yeah, it is. I put that in, the technical knowledge, like you said.
I guess
That's why I
yeah.
rate you so high in technical knowledge, because there's just not a lot of people that you can go to that can get. There's some people that can talk mechanics on the same level, but they may not know pitch design. There's some people that might be able to talk pitch design on a similar level, but they don't know mechanics. There's, physics of the ball flight in the air, the aerodynamic effects of it. Like, there's a lot of the technicalities of it that you have a very good understanding of the wide breadth of that stuff.
Nice
Boy.
play, Bregman.
Quick
1, 2,
inning,
3.
wow.
There you go.
Some normalcy to this game.
Come on, Houston, score a few runs. Let's see something happen. To that end, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Since we're on break now. So I was talking with Ryan the other day. This is a college picture for the chat that pitched down at Arizona his first year and went in the portal and is off at USD, I think now or where. Anyway, Ryan, we were talking to him about his mechanics and his drift to the plate versus his sit. And what he was telling me, I asked him, well, what have you noticed now that you have been, I guess, experimenting with it or working with it or whatever you want to call it. And he said something about I think he said that he also noticed that as he's sitting on flat ground,
Mm-hmm.
it's way easier or a lot different than sitting off of a mound.
Yeah.
And that it's much, see, how does he say it? The one problem I'm having is my time to the plate is much slower when I sit or focus sitting more. Now, is that a function of he's still kind of in the phase where he's having to think about it and it doesn't come natural yet? And that is it comes more natural, his time to the plate will tend to move down a little bit? Or is he always going to kind of experience that because of the drift he had? And because when you're drifting as much as he did, obviously your foot's got to come down earlier because your weight is shifted so much forward. And so it seemed like you're quicker to the plate. I don't know if technically you are, because I haven't taken counted frame by frame and tried to figure out which one's which.
Yeah.
But what would you have to say about the drifting and the sitting, and then also the difference between trying to sit when you're practicing throwing flat ground versus trying to sit and off of a mound?
Yeah. So first on the sitting on the flat ground, like, you don't have the extra 8 inches of drop because of the slope of the mound.
Oh, I see. So your foot has to hit sooner,
It
I
hits
guess.
sooner. So
Right,
the
'cause you're
timing
not-
of the delivery gets off. So your arm isn't quite up in the same position. Your hips aren't quite as rotated because you just don't have the extra little bit of space for the front foot to get down while you're letting this stuff unfold.
Okay.
So it's not uncommon. I mean, it's extremely common for people's delivery synchronization to get out of whack on flat ground versus the mound, which is why I don't throw flat ground bullpens. I don't throw flat ground sessions or anything like that. If I'm ever going to throw and actually work on my delivery and pitching and any sort of pitch design stuff, I'll just get off the mound and throw, because I can regulate the intensity the same way off the mound. It just, sequencing wise, it's a lot more realistic. So I wouldn't worry about.
So wait a minute, before we go on. So do you think you actually end up sitting more off of a mound than you do in flat ground just
Yeah.
because of the length of time your body has to actually go down?
Yeah, well, you can get down 8 more inches or 6 more inches depending on how long your stride is and stuff, So there's just a lot
Because
more
of the slope on the mound
because of the
itself.
slope on the mound, right?
Okay. So you think you probably end up having to sit more on a mound than you do on flat ground?
It's very hard to practice sitting and like really getting depth in the back leg on flat ground because of that phenomenon. As soon as think about it, right? So
Hey, check that out. I like that. Texas, yes!
that's pretty cool.
That's a pretty cool
Is
little...
that on top of a hotel?
Yeah,
What
on
is
top
that?
of a hotel. It looks like that's pretty cool.
I like that little Texas outline floating lazy
Salute
river.
to Texas.
Yeah,
Great state of Texas.
best country in the world.
And not the best state, best country. I like it. Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, if you think about it, like when you're standing straight up and down, your feet are both on flat ground, right?
Right.
And so if you try to sit in your back leg, you have to do something with your front leg so your foot isn't on the ground.
Right.
So you would, pick it up.
Pick it
maybe.
up. Right.
But then if you think about that position, that means you're sitting in your back leg while your front leg is still bent. It's not very often that you do that on the mound. You could kick it out towards third base or first base
Right.
or whatever, right? And so that buys you some depth or whatever, and
Right.
that's a lot more realistic. But there's a certain limit. Geez, you just blew that right by him.
Yep.
100, first
Yep.
100 of the game. Yeah. So you could kick it out, but then there's going to be a certain limit to where like that can happen. So with the slope, you can kind of keep your foot level with your back foot, and
Right.
as you sit, you're moving forward, and your front foot kind of follows the slope of the mound downward.
As far as the tilt. Oh, your
It's just
front
like,
foot. No, your
yeah,
front foot. Okay,
yeah,
I thought you
as
were talking
you're-
about the back foot. Yeah.
Right, as you're sitting. So you can definitely it's definitely just different on flat ground. It's just a lot harder to practice to sit unless you like start there, move your center of gravity in front of your back foot a little bit, move your front foot out in front of you, and you start in this kind of like squatted drill. But then you're not practicing like the getting into the back leg, absorbing energy and redirecting it and rotating the hips. So
Ultimately, I'm going to guess that sitting off of a mound takes more strength than flat ground because you're getting
depth.
deeper into the squat, basically, right?
Yeah.
And the deeper you go into the squat, the more strength it takes to actually manage the depth that you're getting.
Yeah.
All right. So probably sitting off of a mound, it just takes more strength.
yeah.
All right. Now then, what about the slowness to the plate?
Ooh, popped out. So if you are slide stepping, let's say that's going to be the quickest that you can get to the plate, right?
Correct.
Because you go from here and you just throw the ball.
Yep.
If you're high leg kick, then a big drop, and then go to the plate and then throw, that's the slowest that you're going to be able to get to the mound,
Right.
to the plate. Boy, hey,
Boy,
the third
1,
inning
2,
took
3.
place in like
2 seconds.
2 seconds. The whole inning. There's 6 up, 6 down, 6
Yep.
straight.
Yep.
Wow. So there's a continuum there where slide step and throw as quick as possible is the fastest, and high leg lift, drop, drive, whatever is the slowest. There's an equilibrium point in there where you can get max performance or close to max performance with good enough plate time, delivery time to the plate to give your catcher time to throw. When I have a high leg kick, when I have my full leg kick out of the stretch and I sink into my back leg and I throw, I'm like 1.6 seconds, 1.7 seconds to the plate. That's a little bit on the slow side. When I shorten it, when I kind of have like a quarter or a half leg kick, I can get down to 1.4, 1.5, no problem. And that gives the catcher enough time to throw the guy out at second. It's not super quick, but for people that are super quick, you're looking at about 1.1 seconds. Josh Tomlin, who slide steps all the time, that's the only way he pitched, was 1.1 seconds to the plate. So yes, you'll be a little bit slower, but you need to just keep in mind that the totality of what your time to the plate actually is, and if that's where in the range of fast to slow that falls. Because if you're 0.9 seconds to the plate, it might be slower dropping into your back leg, but you have a buffer of 0.4 seconds
Right.
that you can add on without making any material difference. Still, if you're 1-3 and under, no one's going to steal on you anyway.
Right.
So
So as long as
there's
you're
a point of diminishing returns where like going faster does you no good with the running game,
right.
and probably just hurts you delivery wise.
So it's really about how fast he was to the plate with just drift.
Yeah.
Because if he was really fast to the plate with drift, he's going to experience slower to the plate with the sit. But as long as it's still in the 1.4, 1.5 range, it's not really a huge difference because it's still going to give his catcher enough time, and hopefully the increase in quality of pitching offsets the fact that there'll be a few steals here or there possibly that wouldn't have happened before that happen now.
Right. And that's not to say that you can't then, when a guy's on base, just abbreviate your leg kick some or slide step some. But it's really about getting the feeling for sitting into the back leg, because you can still sit into the back leg while you slide step. But if you're used to slide stepping with some torso drift and not getting into the back leg, then of course, every time you go to slide step, you're just going to do that.
Yeah.
So you got to train yourself to sit first. So then when you go to slide step, you can cut your time down to 1.2 if you want. But the default pattern is, okay, I'm in my set position. First movement is lift the front foot just a tiny bit off the ground so it can move, and then sink into the back leg. And then you're already on the way.
As you're drifting, yeah.
Right.
Who's in there? Oh, he's still Odorizzi. Okay, let's see if he can give us a quick inning and then something happened in the 5th. Or I guess the bottom of the 4th, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we're in Houston.
Yeah, that's when you get the top of the Houston order again.
Yep. Well, I think Altuve already got out, but then it'll be the 2, 3, 4
Yeah,
hitter.
you get 2,
probably.
3, 4. Yeah.
So a shout out to my left-hander today that was pitching. One of his first varsity starts. Just went one inning, but it went well for him today. So, Mr. Banuelos, congratulations. I see you sent me a text about, I think his 1 inning, 12 pitches or something like that. I don't know. What was it here? 1K, 12 pitches, 8 strikes, 4 balls, 83. So he's starting to get up there in velocity.
As a
Touched
freshman?
83. No, he just turned a sophomore. He's fall of his sophomore year.
It's about where I was.
But he's the left-hander. So 83 is, I mean, if he's topping out at 83, he's not very far away from where he needs to be because left-handers get that 5 miles an hour or whatever it is that they get because they're a premium commodity.
Special, yeah.
They're special. They're so special. And he's messing around with the fix thing to see how it goes.
That's good.
Get some reports back as time. He tried it last night or the day before. I can't remember, but said that he noticed his spin was more the way it was supposed to be. So we'll see.
Good pitch there.
Yeah, nice pitch.
This game has really settled down.
Yeah, moving along a little faster too.
Mm-hmm.
So, was there a portal when you were in college, Buster? I don't think there was a portal, was there?
No.
Because now, with all the COVID stuff and everything, there's this portal that they use for kids to be able to go from school to school to school. And a lot of kids hop in the portal this day and age and go, go here, go there, go everywhere. People moving around and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with the way COVID backed everybody up into college because
Yeah, you have 5 classes now in 4 years.
Yeah, you have five eligibility seasons in 4 years, basically.
Buster, if you were going to enter the portal, where would you transfer to?
Boy, that's tough, Buster. It depends if I was going to go to school for baseball or if I was going to go to school because of what I was going to learn on campus. I'd probably go play at MIT.
Yeah, it's a good place.
Just because the baseball at MIT is not, it's not hard. It's hard to compete at because I'd never be able to compete at Vanderbilt, right, or anywhere else. But I actually might be able to get on the bench at some place like MIT, right? Doesn't mean I'd see the green grass, but I could be on the bench, and I'd be an MIT guy, Buster. That'd
Wouldn't be
pretty
too bad.
cool, right?
Yeah. Got him.
Oh, he got it.
Bang! That's way gone.
But now there's nobody
my
on
goodness.
base. At least there wasn't anybody on base.
Wow, Kike. Unbelievable. 9-0 Red Sox. Down and in changeup or split. I don't know if it's a changeup or a split, but
I don't think it was in. It was down for sure, but I don't think it was in. Let's see if they show it again.
bang.
Boy, is he hot. Holy moly.
Scorching.
Aren't they going to show it again?
Yeah, give him a pitch or two. There you
Let's
go.
see it. Let's see it. Let's see it. Is it in?
Yeah.
It's pretty centered. It's in a little bit.
They were
but
trying to go in, which is
it's in, but it's just on the. It's not on the inside by any
Yeah.
means. It's just barely off the center of the plate.
and he's got such a show jog as well. He just looks like a big leaguer running the bases.
Well, he is a big leaguer, so
I
shouldn't
know,
he look like that?
Yeah, but there's some guys, like if you watch me run the bases, you would not look and say, "Oh, that's a big leaguer running the bases."
But
If
you're
you
not
watch-
a hitter.
If you watch Kike run the bases, you would say, "Okay, that's what a big league ball player should look like running the bases."
But you're not a hitter. You're not supposed to run the bases. You're supposed to go sit on the bench.
yeah,
Man, Buster, this is not a good day for pitchers. This is a bad
it's a
day
good
for
day
pitchers.
for Boston pitchers so far.
It's a bad day for pitchers. This is no pitchers duel. A very bad day for pitchers. So now, do you just do this every time he comes up? Do you just put up 4 and send him down to first?
Not in a game like this, but yeah. I mean, you can't face him in a meaningful situation, right?
I don't know. I haven't seen him hit a curveball yet. Somebody that really throws a nasty one, but maybe
He
maybe
hit one.
hit it.
The first one he hit yesterday was a curveball, a lefty curveball, but just down and away curveball. I mean, it wasn't fully away. It was like the middle third, but
You got to find something else that you try to throw to him, and you just say, okay, I'm going to throw it to you and throw it to you and throw it to you until you prove to me you can hit it. Because obviously throwing him sliders or anything like that isn't working, right?
yeah.
So it's like
just when
pick
guys-
something else and just throw it at him and see if he, till he shows you he can hit it.
when a guy's that hot, sometimes it just doesn't even matter what pitch type it. Like
Maybe.
bang,
But
what a nuke!
you got the speed on your side if you throw him curveballs, right? Because that's the slowest pitch you can throw.
You would think, but
And you got the opposite break, the most opposite break of any other pitch because it's moving more vertically than it is horizontally, right?
mhm.
So I don't know, just throw him curveballs, see what happens.
If you have a sweepy right-handed slider, just set up about 6 inches off the plate and see if he'll chase you out there. I guess.
Maybe.
Oh, got away from him there. Wow. For those asking in the chat what I'm eating, I have a steak, I have some broccolini and sweet potato fries.
Looks pretty young to me, by the way, chat.
Yeah.
Nice kind of pinky steak. Holy moly.
Just a little soft serve, like,
Yep.
excuse me, swing out there.
And when you talk about the defensive maneuverability of Kike Hernandez, signed probably to play second base and playing center. He can also play short. And he can play, that tells you he can play literally anywhere. Yeah, he's pretty happy right now in center. I don't know if anything's ever going to move him out of center unless there's.
This will be good. He can cool off a little bit for the World Series. Get it all out of the way now.
Well, if you're a pitcher, that's what you're hoping, right? It's like, oh, good. He's done all his damage. Now he's not going to be hot when I have to face him.
How would I manage the Houston bullpen from here on out? You get as many pitches out of Odorizzi as you possibly can. Obviously, you don't want to hurt him and stuff like that, but you try to get him through the fifth, get him through the sixth, get him through the seventh. And then, you throw if you rank your guys in the bullpen, let's say 1 through 8, 1 being your top reliever and 8 being your bottom guy, you throw your bottom guys. You're not going to come back in this game. You got an off day tomorrow, so it's not like you have to be too concerned about the pen because everyone will get rest tomorrow. But yeah, this is a throwaway game. So
unless you got one guy that hasn't worked in a week.
yeah, that's true.
And
if your
you got
closer,
right,
if your closer hasn't thrown or something, you get him an inning.
Right, if your closer hasn't thrown or something like that.
Yeah.
You know he's got an off day tomorrow. He's had a light load up till now.
Yeah.
You
That's
get
a
him
good
in
point.
there for 2 or 3 batters because he has to face at least 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you get him out of there. And even if he gets in trouble, it doesn't matter. The game's out of control anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you get him tuned up and ready.
So that he's ready for
Right.
Yeah.
So you look up and down the bullpen
It was
you spot out the guys that you need to have some work done. And then the rest of the way, it's like you say, it's like, okay, now I'm going to give the guys work that I'm not going to try to ride through the series. I still need them, but they're not somebody I'm going to try to ride.
Mm-hmm.
Verdugo again.
Yep.
I like the chat. They got me all squared away, Buster.
Yeah. They're helpful.
Uh-oh, not again. Holy moly.
Holy moly. Oh, they saved a run there.
One hop to wall. In dead center in the triangle. Holy
Saved him a
moly.
run. Yep. Not that it matters, but that was a bomb. Yeah. It's hard as heck to get a ball out of that part of the
Man,
that ballpark.
that was a bomb.
Yep.
Holy moly. Right in that little triangle area.
Yeah. What an offensive onslaught.
Man, what a bomb. Almost lost my raisins, Buster. But the problem, well, they got 2 outs, so he could still get out of it without giving up any more runs, but I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at this point. It's a pitch count limitation game. You'll probably see a position player pitch in this game, honestly, which is odd for the postseason, but
yeah. Depending on what the workload's been down there. But it's still really early. It's only the 4th inning.
it's the 4th inning. It's crazy, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they played a close game yesterday, so all the big guys for the Astros had to have pitched yesterday. The game ended up 5-4. It was 3-3 at one point.
Yeah.
So no point for those guys to pitch today. So you got your bottom end guys that are probably available because they didn't pitch yesterday. They haven't pitched. So you'll probably have 2 or 3 guys that'll cover. So Udriz is at 70 pitches already. Let's say he gets out of this inning 72. Probably give you one more inning, get you through the 5th, and then you'll cover 2 or 3 innings with the kind of bottom of the barrel guys, and then see a position player. Unless, of course, they've come back a little bit or something. But
yeah, at this point, coming back is kind of a far-fetched dream, I think. This game's pretty much out of hand. They needed to chip away when the top of the order came up last inning.
well, I mean, Altuve came up, but
Yeah. Well, I guess
they still haven't gotten their
They
the
haven't
second
gone
at bat
to
in the middle of the order,
yeah,
right?
the middle of the order.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
The chat says damage done. Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah.
Oh man. JD gonna hit another one?
Nah. Odorizzi's going to get him. Get him!
Not
Oh,
on that. This might be if this is a strike, it might be a 12-0 game.
nah.
I have a bad feeling about this at bat for Odorizzi.
Have faith, Buster. Have faith.
Oh, got him. Is it fair?
No, foul.
Oh,
I knew it all the time, Buster. It was foul off the bat.
yeah. Foul off the bat for sure.
I'm just glad you weren't right.
Yeah.
I knew it was foul, Buster. All right, Oder. Get him. Get him, get him, get him. Get him, get him, get him.
This is a good question. So, if you've been in the dugout for one of these,
Oh!
that was a good pitch. Freeze pitch.
Yeah, he froze him. Wasn't what JD was looking for, that's for sure.
Yeah.
See, I told you, Buster. I had faith.
You had faith, yeah. So if you've been in the dugout for one of these slaughter fests, what does the losing team do or talk about? Do they want to battle it out or just get this fiesta over with? Well, it depends on when it's occurring. If it's during the middle of the season, you just check out and you're like, all right, that's not our day today. We'll come back tomorrow. So you're talking about whatever. What movie did you see last night? What are you going to do after the game? You got any plans coming up for the off day on Sunday? You got whatever, just casual talk. You're not really paying attention to the game. You're joking about someone's mechanics or something. It's like kind of a lighthearted feeling relative to what you would think it would be. Everyone's still kind of down, and there's no laughing or really anything going on. But it's just kind of like, we'll get them tomorrow. In the postseason, you're sitting there like, this sucks, and you're just miserable. No one really talks. You just kind of sit there. No one has any hope that you're going to come back, really. You're just like, it's only the 4th. We got 2 more hours of this, just getting our butts kicked. This sucks. And then if it's an elimination game, then that really sucks. Yeah. Then it's
embarrassing.
Literally no one talks. The only words spoken is like when your team comes in from playing defense and some of the coaches are trying to get some energy in the dugout, so it's not just feeling like a morgue in there. Hey, come on, guys, here we go. Let's get a guy on. And then like no one says anything the rest of the time. I've been part of one of those. Houston eliminated us. They swept us in 18, I believe. 3-0. We lost. We got beat 11-3, I think it was, in Game 3 in Cleveland. That was just not a fun experience. So, yeah. When it's 9-0 in the 4th, there's really no thought of coming back. No one's like, all right, guys, we still got this. Let's do it. Everyone's like, yeah, okay. Writing's on the wall on this one.
You want a popsicle, Buster, or no popsicle for you?
No popsicle for me. I'll refuse.
Boy.
Yeah, I know.
You're a spoiled sport. Popsicle time.
How do you forget a heartbreaking loss so quickly? Well, I've trained myself for many years to try and focus on what's in front of me, what I can do to get better so that the result is better next time, regardless if it's a good result or a bad result. If it's a good result, I want it to be a better result next time. If it's a bad result, I obviously want it to be a better result next time. So I look at a game as I've done all the prep work, and then the game's going to be what the game's going to be. I'm going to compete as hard as I can. I'm going to do the best I can, but whatever I have that day is going to be what I have that day. So when the game's done, it's like, all right, let's analyze it. Like, did I have good stuff today or not? Did we perform well today? Did we just get beat? Did we beat ourselves? Like what happened today? Let's analyze it. And let's just go to work tomorrow to fix those problems. And that's kind of my way of handling things. Brantley doesn't have opposite field power like that, bonehead. He does need a hit to keep his hitting streak in the postseason alive, though.
Buster, I can still root for it to go out, whether he's got power or not. It's okay.
You got cherry? What is that?
It's a red one. I don't differentiate. It's just red or orange or purple, and they're yummy.
Mm-hmm.
Sugar-free popsicles, a great invention of modern times. $41 pitches. They'll probably let him go 5, right? So he can get the win.
Yeah.
Not that it really matters, but
Yeah, I mean they'll let him
he's only at
throw
42 pitches, so
they'll have him throw 75 or something like
Yeah.
that because they don't want him to come back for his next start having only thrown 30 and then
Yeah,
be whatever.
yeah,
So
he's still got it. Unless he runs into a long inning or something, he's still got plenty of pitches left.
yeah.
He has pretty short arm action now. I don't know if he's always had it, but having 2 Tommy John surgeries, he's either just predisposed or he has something mechanical that puts a lot of stress on his elbow, right?
Well, yeah, it puts a lot of stress on your elbow when you throw 100. That was
That's
nasty.
true.
So regardless of how your mechanics are, when you throw that hard, there's just more overall stress. There's more
Absolutely.
chance of injury.
Absolutely. You throw harder, the stresses are harder. There's no doubt about it.
If you want to be safe from having a throwing related injury, just don't throw.
Yeah, just don't throw 100 miles an hour.
Don't throw, period. Because
Stay in a warm bathtub and chill out. Go in a hot tub like me.
or sauna.
There you go. That's my thing, right? I don't pitch. I just go in the hot tub to recover from it.
It's not a bad plan.
Oh, I had a rough day on the mountain today. Got to go to the hot tub. 99, man. I would have throw that hard.
Next year I will. Buster, I hit 87 in here during a command session the other day.
Yep.
Good play.
Picked it.
I hit 87 in my ramp up. It wasn't even a velo day.
Yeah. That's pretty good for you.
Mm-hmm.
For the off season.
Yeah. Got some World War II veterans. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. They got to be 100.
Yep.
That was a good popsicle, Buster. I might have to get another one.
The chat says they've never seen anyone eat a popsicle like that.
I don't care.
They're critiquing your mechanics
I
now.
don't care. It's my popsicle. I like to chew on them. I don't like to suck on them. I like to chew on them. I like the ice.
Yeah.
It's the ice. It's got that like burst of freshness in your mouth because it's all cold.
Yeah.
It's flavored ice. It's a slushy, Buster. Just like crunch it. The ice kind of like spreads out. It's yummy. Look at those. Come on, you're up 9-0. You got to have a smile on your face. You guys look like you went to the morgue.
The game's boring. It's over.
Yeah,
We got to sit through 2 more hours of baseball. This game
No,
isn't-
we're gonna go. We're gonna. Oh, you
No,
mean
I'm
the
saying
guy?
like
For
the-
the
yeah.
fans? Oh, maybe
Yeah.
so. We're gonna go to the shoot. We're gonna go to the see Bond. So,
Yeah.
fooey on this game if it gets any more out of hand.
Yeah. He's gone. He just cut right through the middle of the order, too. A little hesitation move, split, nasty. Tried the front hip 2-seamer.
He does stab a little bit with his arm, doesn't he?
Yeah, there's a little violence back there, but it gets into a good position. when
Yeah, he
he's-
gets up and he looks like he's on time. It's pretty
Yeah.
much inside 90.
Yeah.
Bar than that, yeah, other than the stabbing, I don't really see anything in particular. Boy, he really threw that one.
Yeah.
That ball was. There's an example of. Can you imagine where that ball was if it had 2 more feet to travel?
Yeah, because that thing was sinking hard. Yeah.
I can't imagine where you'd have to catch that thing. That'd be a wild pitch. You'd be chasing it for a while. It hit the backstop, back up the third baseline, out to left field.
Mm-hmm. Got him. Nope. Didn't stay fair.
What was that, cutter?
Yeah, it was cutter. Cutter in on the hands. Split? Nope. Elevated heater.
That wasn't quite
Middle,
so
yeah.
elevated.
They were trying to go up and away, but that was just middle.
That's about as close to the middle of the plate as you can get.
It helps to throw hard though,
Yep.
because
That's the whole thing about throwing hard, right? You can make a mistake in the zone and it's still hard as hell to hit because 97, 98, 102. And it's just hard to hit that no matter what.
Yep.
That's why if it's a choice between a lot of movement or, now I tried to just get him with the.
He had him frozen,
Yeah.
but he missed.
Yeah, he just missed. He's like powdering up.
Yeah, that's actually illegal now. You can't
I
have rosin
thought
on
so.
your throwing.
I
your
thought
glove
so
arm.
because I when I saw him turn around, he started hitting his forearm. But I don't know, was it his glove arm or his?
Well, he put it on his glove arm, son.
I
But you're not
think-
allowed to have it there.
I think he did. But as soon as he turned around, he grabbed the rosin. Yeah, I think it was a glove arm. Yeah, I mean, it could have been his pitching arm, but I think it was. See, he's right-handed, so he turned this way. It was this arm. Yeah, it was his glove arm. I think.
Correa's hot. Yeah.
Well, they need to make something out of it. They got to chip away.
Kyle Tucker is hot this postseason too, or he's had some big hits.
Yep.
Nope.
I'm not sure I buy that.
Yeah.
That's like,
Oh, did he get him? Short porch out there.
no,
Did he?
not quite. Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's off the wall.
Off the wall, but that should score one. They finally, did they get two?
No.
One, yeah. Well, they finally
That was
broke
almost
through.
3.
Yeah, it was almost 3. He
I
almost
wonder how
got
far up the wall that hit.
it didn't miss it by much. Boy, they needed that thing to get out, though, because with 2 outs, they may not get another shot at this.
Yep. Boom.
Let's
Where
see
does
where
it hit? Oh, it knocked that thing out. You can see it. Yeah,
Yeah.
about 5 feet short. Got a call. Can I explain Gratterall's mechanics and how he throws so hard? He's just a very powerful dude. So he's got a lot of capacity, a lot of ability. He's very, very athletic, very strong, naturally, I think, and also he works hard. So he just has a very large ceiling, and then he's probably genetically just very gifted and very elastic, because elasticity, elasticity in the tendons is what really impacts throwing velocity the most. So, oh boy, 2 more runs. 9-3. Okay. All right. Well, making it a little bit closer, making Boston use their pen. A homer here, and we got a game. So, yeah, to finish off the Gratterall discussion, I think it's a lot of his physical capabilities and his, he's gifted athletically. And then he has good mechanics. His hips open up before his foot hits. He's got good shoulder hip separation. He loads the scap correctly. All the principles that you'd have in a normal delivery, all the principles that you would coach, he does well. And he has a lot of mass on him. He's a big guy, so when his front foot hits, he's got a lot of energy going into it, and he's very strong, so he can block that energy and transfer it. And so he can move very smoothly and generate a lot of energy, and he transfers it really well. So it looks like he's not trying to put a whole lot of effort into it. But he is. I mean, he's throwing all out when he's out there. It just looks very smooth because it's all very synced up, and it's a beautiful thing to watch. That's for sure. Oh, that was a chance. Oop, fumble. Okay. Got him. Man, that sucks, but 9-3, still feel fine about that. Limited the pitch count enough. He can still give another couple innings. And you don't really care about ERA in the postseason. It's all about the win. So he'll be fine with that inning. 9-3, Red Sox going to the fifth. Not a bad position to be in if you're a starting pitcher for the winning team. How does someone like Kendall Graveman all of a sudden throw like 97 out of nowhere if he didn't change his mechanics? Intent is a huge thing. So if you watch someone like Tyler Glasnow, when he was in Pittsburgh coming out of the pen, he might throw 93, 94. His intent wasn't necessarily to throw the ball as hard as possible. It was to like try to hit spots and stuff. Then he goes to the Rays and all of a sudden he's throwing 98, 99. And people are like, well, how do you gain that much velocity? Charlie Morton's another one. Graveman's another one. There's a lot of examples like this where they have the ability to throw that hard, but they're kind of down regulating in the game, trying to command the ball, trying to make it move, do some different stuff. And when they get a coach or an organization that tells them, hey, stop trying to do that. I want you to just look at the target and throw it as hard as you can and let your stuff play. You'll see those upticks in velocity. And a lot of times you don't get that until you switch organizations because there's a certain organizational philosophy. Maybe you've been there a certain amount of time and the messaging isn't quite right for you. Maybe they're not communicating the way that you receive communication. Maybe they're not communicating the right things for you, whatever the case might be. You go somewhere else, you get a slightly different message, you get a slightly different way of communication, and all of a sudden it frees you up mentally to just go out there and let it rip. So, that would be my guess, is that he always had the ability to throw that hard. He was just down regulating and never really displayed it on a consistent basis. And when he switched organizations, they just said, hey, throw the ball hard. And then it freed him up mentally. That'd be my guess. I don't know anything about the situation. So that would just be my guess. Do I ever ice my arm? No, I've never iced my arm. So you have to understand about ice. It's a stressor. So when you put ice on your skin, when you put ice on a part of your body, you're shrinking the cells, you're stressing the cells, you're restricting blood flow. It's creating a stress on the body. Now it's intended to reduce inflammation, but that's supposed to reduce visible inflammation. That's the only time you would use ice. If your ankle is swollen and you can see it's ballooned up and there's a lot of actual inflammation, you maybe could touch it and it's puffy. Like ice is probably a decent idea at some point in that recovery process. Now, there's a lot of different kind of technicalities of when you might do it. If you do it and you combine it with heat, do you contrast? What do you do there? But if there's no visible inflammation, if there's no injury, if it's just the natural inflammation that you would have from pitching or from doing an exercise or whatever, that's the body's way of recovering and actually building itself back up. So you don't want to restrict the blood flow there. So when pitchers ice their elbow after a start, if there's no visible inflammation, you're restricting the blood flow. You're restricting the flow of fluid into the joint. So not only do you not get the blood flow, the benefits, you stress the cells more, and you also don't get the fluid into the joint to help recover the tendons and the ligaments that you have to have your collagen and other things. There's a lot that I don't want to get too technical on here about, but you need to be able to move the joint the day after a lot, get some fluid into it to help repair those soft tissues. And when you ice, it just delays that process in addition to adding more stress to that tissue because ice is a stressor. So I would not recommend icing unless there's visible swelling, visible inflammation, or there's some sort of injury and pain, and you're using it for a pain modulation. Because if there's pain, then you're not going to be pitching anytime soon, most likely. So you can delay the recovery process a little bit because you're trying to modulate the pain. But those are my thoughts on icing your arm after you pitch.
Buster, what I miss? How'd they come up with 2 other runs?
There's a base hit to right field.
Who hit it?
Gurriel, I believe, kind of put his hands inside and flicked one that way.
So now if they can come up with another inning where they score a few runs, maybe it starts to get turned into a game.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Somebody asking you about icing, huh?
Yep.
Buster, one of my left-handers, got an offer from Santa Clara today.
Hey, that's awesome.
Yeah. It's very cool.
Is that his first offer, or is it?
No, it's a subsequent offer. He went off to junior college, and now he's, wanting to see if at some point if he makes a jump to D1, right?
Yeah.
So, yep. It's happy for him. Was up there visiting today.
Yeah.
Oh, it could be a clean inning here too, right?
Yep. Quick one too.
Yep.
Oh.
Got him.
Yep. Yep. That's big for the Astros because it gets them through another inning.
Yep.
In the pen, gets them back up.
Yep.
Come up with another couple runs, get Evaldi out of the game, get to the bullpen a little bit. Things can change.
Get a little momentum going.
They're still not going to come back, but
no, but got a little momentum
important
going.
for the rest of the series.
Yep. Especially getting to Evaldi finally, right? Because now they know they can get to him.
Yep.
Oh, you got any other interesting things in your chat, Buster, or shall I give you a question?
Well, if you have a question, I'll answer a question. Could solicit the chat for questions for you.
No. No questions for me. So when do you think, because you're kind of a special case in some ways because you left high school early to go to college, right?
Yep.
Do you really think it makes any difference what college as far as like getting exposure to going to the next level? Do you really think it matters what college you go to, or do you think it matters more about whether or not you're able to compete at that level so you can actually get on the field?
Yeah, I think that's why college matters. You have to go to a college that you can be on the field. You can go to a Power 5 school. You can go to a top ranked school. If you don't play, you're never going to get seen. So the truth of the matter is, if you have big league stuff and you are capable of being a big league pitcher,
They'll find
they'll
you.
find you regardless of where you are. Even if you don't get drafted, you can go put a video up online nowadays. If you're throwing 99 with good metrics and a good breaking ball and throwing strikes in the video, someone will give you a tryout. Someone will send a scout out to see you. It might not be the most elegant way there, but if the goal is to be a big leaguer, then your focus should be on developing the tools and the skill sets needed to be a big leaguer. And that part of it is
Gain to
playing.
pitch. Yeah,
Part of
actually
it is
being on the
playing.
mound. Yeah.
Part of it is training. You can do a lot in the off
Right.
season. You can develop tools in the gym. You can develop strength and,
Yeah.
and velocity. You can develop command in a game set or in a bullpen setting. But at some point, the game is played on the field, and you have to get out there and test whether
The game is the test.
Yeah.
You got to pass the test.
Yeah. So
You can't dodge the test.
yeah, do yourself a favor, and if you're concerned about this question, go pick any big league roster, pick any random big league roster, pick one of the 30 teams, and look up and research what school each of their players went to, and you're going to find a lot of guys that didn't go to school, they didn't go to college, they went right out of high school. You're going to find a lot of guys that didn't go to school because they're drafted from Dominican or Venezuela, they're Mexico, wherever.
Yes.
You're going to find a lot of guys that went to really good schools, the UCLAs, the Vanderbilts, the LSUs, stuff like that. You're also going to find a lot of guys that went to junior college, D2s, maybe didn't play a whole lot. I mean, Jacob deGrom didn't play a whole lot in college, and he didn't go to a school that you would consider a huge powerhouse baseball school. And
He went to Kluber School.
was it Stetson?
Stenson. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
And now you look at what Jacob deGrom's able to do in the big leagues. So it doesn't really matter what school you go to. What matters is the skill set that you're able to develop, and being on the field and competing and playing and having those tests where you can figure out what does and doesn't work is a super important part of that process. So my advice would be to go to a school that you're going to be able to play a lot and compete and have those tests and learn and develop the skill set. If the goal is to go on and play, and if the goal is just to get to college and play on a team that has a chance to win a College World Series, and there's no real desire to play afterwards or whatever, then by all means go, be a walk-on at a big school. There's a lot to be said for that too. No one's disparaging that route, but yeah, if you're looking to play after college, it's about getting on the field and being able to compete at that level and use that as a way to springboard yourself developmentally.
And I think actually, because when I talk with guys, I'm not going to say you should underreach in the sense of, but you definitely don't want to overreach.
Yeah.
Because all overreaching does for you is it gets you sitting on the bench. And that just doesn't do you a lot of good.
Yeah, there's something to be said for underreaching too, going to a school where you're a little bit better talent-wise than the level of that school.
So you're the man.
You're the man there. So there's a lot of confidence. There's a lot of more leeway for you to do your own training and to do your things developmentally that you need to do.
Correct.
You can take some more chances in games and say, okay, I'm going to try this. I'm going to try that. You can expedite the learning curve because you don't necessarily have to be at 100% every time to be successful and be good for the team. So there's a lot of flexibility there. It's something that we did actually growing up, not in school, but before that, we would choose to play in the more developmental league sometimes, as opposed to the top competition league when I was a 10-year-old or 12-year-old or however old I was.
Because as a first-year player in the 2-year window that you were in, like Bronco, Pony, whatever, because you played pony baseball.
Yeah.
The first year you're in there, you're competing against guys older than you, so to get to the mound's pretty tough.
Mm-hmm.
But if the first year you go in, you play on the developmental side, the fact is that you will get pitching time.
Yeah.
And you'll be a lot better the second year that you go to pitch in the more competitive side, because you have a year of pitching behind you.
Yeah.
Right. The best thing we did for you.
Yeah, it was a really big thing. And it was actually something we discussed when I was coming out of high school. It's very clear. Yeah. It's very clear that I can be a Division I pitcher after my junior year of high school. But we considered graduating high school early, half a year, and going to a junior college and pitching for a year and just working on development, or sitting out for my senior season and just using that time to develop and then going to a school in the fall if we couldn't find someone to take me early. Now, fortunately, Coach Savage at UCLA,
Savage,
was willing to bring me on and in January, and then my college career played out how it did. But we were thinking about that before that became a reality of do we go to a junior college and just use it as a developmental time? Do we go and just sit out for 6 months and just train and work and get better? Because that's always the view that we've taken, is if you have the skill set to be a big leaguer, at some point you will be a big leaguer.
Yep.
And it proves out. If you go, like I said, look at the rosters of these big league teams and look at what schools these players went to. You're not going to find nearly as many Vanderbilt, UCLA, Oregon State, LSU, North Carolinas as you might think.
Yeah, it's true. Uh-oh.
That's the worst possible thing that you could have happen in this situation if you're
Uh-oh.
the Red Sox.
He's pointing at the mound, so it doesn't look like it's bad.
Yeah, hopefully it's just a little like ankle or groin or something and not arm. You don't want to see another starting pitcher go out with injury here. If you're the Red
Well,
Sox,
they're not looking at his arm or anything, so that's good.
If you're the Red Sox and he's got anything, you got to take him out of this game, right?
Unless you're trying to get him a win. He's a 1 out away from getting a win.
Yeah, but a win on the stat card is not worth losing him for the rest of the postseason.
But it looks like he's just pointing at where he stepped on the mound, that his foot kind of slipped. I don't know. It looks like he's good to go. He's saying he's good to go.
Yeah, I wonder if it was oblique because you saw him kind of like twist a little bit. Is it hamstring? I don't know.
Well, I guarantee you this: he gets an out here, his day's done.
Yeah,
as it should be, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's given him 5 innings, and you don't take a chance with him. He's at about 75 pitch level, which is what you said he'd get to. And if they want him to get a win, he's got it now.
Come on, Brant, get a hit. Nope. Get your hit, Brant. Get up the middle. Nope. Right in the shift.
Well, that's it. He's done.
Through 5.
Through 5. Yeah, I think it goes back to the same old thing too, where you talk about whether or not you're looking for what the kid is good for the kid,
Mm-hmm.
or what's good for the way people view things, right? So if I'm the dad and they're telling me that my kid could go to Vanderbilt,
Right.
it's obviously a lot more impressive than if I say, well, he's going to go to Podunk U Junior College of Tuscaloosa, Mexico, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever, right? And it's hard to make the choice to go to the junior college when you know there's a possibility that maybe he goes to Vanderbilt. But if you really look at Vanderbilt and evaluate it honestly, you may find out that there's just no chance that you end up pitching at Vanderbilt, right? Because you're like,
Yeah.
10 deep in on the pitching rotation, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you aren't a great pitcher.
Right.
You can be a great pitcher at a school like that, and guess what?
Yeah.
You never get on the mound.
Yeah.
Because they have serious studs. I mean, those are serious studs, right? But you go off to the junior college and you're going to be the man, and you're going to pitch, and you're going to learn experientially what works and doesn't work on the mound and stuff.
I think another really important thing is to find a coach that you vibe with.
Yeah.
So if you're a guy that doesn't do your own training and stuff, you just find a coach. You're like, oh, okay, I like how this guy communicates. I think this guy's going to treat me fairly. I think he has good information. I'll come here for the coach.
And you can bring me along.
Right.
Right.
Or if you're a guy like I was that had my own training program, I needed someone that was going to just
Leave you
let
alone.
me do my thing.
Yep.
Like, don't try to change me. If you just let me figure it out, I'll be fine. I'll be productive for you. So the difference in your training style and what's going to help you develop to get to the next level is super important too. that the coach is going to fit with that the program is going to fit with that.
And how that works a lot is that if you undersell, then when you go to the school, you're going to perform at a high enough level that the coaches will say, you know what, I'm not going to screw with him because he obviously is the best pitcher on my staff.
Yep.
So you have more freedom to do the kind of training you need to do.
Right.
Whereas if you oversell and you try to get on a staff that's a bunch of studs and you try to do your own thing, all you're going to hear is, wait a minute, you know, you're here at this program, you do what we do. That's the way it works here, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was the best pitcher in UCLA baseball history. If you look at the statistical, the career as a whole, and I'm the only pitcher there to win the Golden Spikes and stuff like that. So even in my case, like I got that for my entire time there. Well, you don't train like us, and you're not part of the team, and this, that, and the other. So even being the most successful pitcher in the history of the program, I was still getting that from teammates and other people. So that's a big point. The freedom to be able to do what you do and not get extra added grief about it is important for confidence, for teammate interactions, teamwork, but also just for the enjoyment of your time in college, because college baseball is by far the most fun that you'll have playing baseball.
There's nothing more fun than college baseball. That's the ultimate thing.
The only thing that comes close to comparing to it is playoff baseball in the big leagues, but the vast majority of players never get the chance to play in the postseason or have an extended run where you get a month of pure enjoyment. In college, you get 4 months of pure enjoyment for 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
So
it's just the way the college game is structured.
Yeah. So it's important to find a fit where you know, if you just look at life experience in general, even take baseball out of it, just look at life experience. You want to be able to enjoy your time and look back and have great memories of interacting with your teammates, playing baseball, the game that you love, the locker room stuff, the road trips, all the things that go into it. Because those are memories you'll have forever. And if you're at a school where you're getting grief from your teammates, you're not really involved in the culture because they think you're different or they train weird, or they kick you out. You're not really on the field, so you don't feel like you're a part of it. And you know, it's tough to look back on that and have great memories. So
and I think I think that's a real for parents as well as their kids, because kids at that age still, even they rely on their parents a lot for decision making. They have a lot of input, but at the same time they rely a lot on their parents. And I think that's one of the things that it's really easy to get caught up in the, like, oh, my kid's gonna blah blah blah, right? Sometimes developmentally it just doesn't work, because even if you go to a school like Trevor was saying where you are the man and everything, guaranteed if you're different enough, you're still going to have, the wheels aren't going to mesh. So they'll give you some freedom to do what you want to do, but you're going to have to do enough of what they do that you're not a total outsider. You just get more leverage at a school where you're the man than you do where you're the 10th guy on the staff, right? So it doesn't buy you everything, but it just buys you a whole heck of a lot more. That was a good pitch.
Maybe they found a place.
They found a place. They
clearly they're trying something different.
Correct.
They've had a discussion.
Yeah, they said, look, let's try something different here. He's just eating us up. Let's learn what we need to learn. Let's see if they go back up in there.
After that swing, you think so.
You would hope so.
And if nothing else, you miss.
They're going right back up in there. Oh, he got it up too much.
If nothing else, you just make him uncomfortable. You know, that's one of the only things you can do.
Throw it up there in his eyes. And I mean, don't throw it at his head, but throw it up there where it's up there, it's tight, and he has to pull his hands in, and it's way up there in the zone, and see if you can change something. Well, they're going away now. And he didn't get it away, but look.
Make him conscious in.
He didn't hammer it either. And that thing was middle. Let's see if they go back up there again.
It's a good adjustment. It's about the only thing. When you get a guy that's really hot, the vast majority of times it's not because he's hitting the up and in pitch, because hardly anyone throws up and in consistently. So he's hanging out in the middle speeds. He's crushing off speed in the zone. He's hitting fastballs
Yep,
away.
there they go.
fastballs
There they
down.
go. There they go. Yeah, and they got him. No, not quite. Holy moly. That's a great pitch.
Yep.
A ball
This is
width off the corner and up.
And up, yeah.
Yeah,
This is the
great pitch.
This is the adjustment that you have to make against a really hot hitter.
Yep, here it comes, right up and in on his hands. Yep, and he couldn't get the bat head out in front quite far enough.
Yep.
He was a little late on it.
Really late.
Yep.
And it's a good guy to do it too because he's throwing a cutter, and so he's riding it in towards his hands with good lift and stuff. So
see if they go up there again. They've gone up there 3 out of 4.
After that, like he's so behind.
Nope, they're going to go. They're going to go away. And he missed, but he got away with it.
Yeah.
It was right at the top of the strike zone away, but he didn't crush it. At least it's a foul ball. That's a win.
You got a back foot breaking ball open for a strikeout here.
That's what Smoltz is saying. Yep.
Yep. Or you go back upstairs and up and in. I don't like the fastball away.
Well, we'll see where they go. Yep, they're going to go down and away. He finally got it there.
Yep.
Closer. The last 2 times they wanted to go down, he missed all the way at the top of the zone. That way, he's only half a zone off. That's what we were talking about the other day.
Yeah.
He missed 3 times in a row.
Yep.
One time, the 2 times he missed, he was right at the top of the zone when he was supposed to be at the bottom of the zone. So that's almost a 2-foot miss.
Yep.
And that one was half a zone, so that's a 1-foot miss.
Mm-hmm.
That guy just missed 3 times in a row.
Yeah, by an average of 18 inches.
18 inches. But because the sequencing was the way it was, he got away with it, and other people, it's been like over the fence.
Yep. Well, you make him conscious 2 or 3 times in. It buys you that.
Yep. Pitching inside.
Yeah, it's got to be up and in when you do it.
If you're a dad of a young pitcher, you got to convince them to pitch up, and you got to convince them to pitch in. So for young pitchers, it's really hard to want to pitch in because they don't want to hit anybody. They feel terrible if they hit somebody because they've gotten hit themselves. It's scary. It hurts. Got him. Well, that was a quick inning. They'll have a chance again to chip away again.
They got the middle of the order too, which is when it happened last time. So we'll see.
So young kids don't learn to pitch in. And unless you pitch in, you will not have the kind of success you could have. There's no replacing pitching in. It's a talent that is a learned talent too. They have to feel comfortable pitching in. They can't be scared of pitching in. The only way you get comfortable pitching in is by pitching in, right? But you got to teach your kid from the very get-go, from the very start, to pitch in.
Yep.
You got to say, you got to get inside. You got to own the inside of the plate. And you have to learn how not to hit kids. It's not about hitting kids, but it's like, I can't be scared to go in. I have to go in.
It's a huge part of the game. You got to learn it early.
And most coaches, youth coaches in particular, they won't have you go in. Everything's away, 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 away. But it's absolutely important that you learn how to pitch in and you get comfortable doing it. UFC, huh?
What's my favorite baseball accomplishment? Probably 2. I set out to win the Golden Spikes in college and actually did it, which is still amazing in its own right because there's only one of them every year. So that's one of them. And then winning the Cy Young, because as soon as I won the Golden Spikes, I set out to win the Cy Young. So 10 years in between the Golden Spikes and the Cy Young. So the Cy Young is probably my favorite one because I worked for 10 years with that goal. But the Golden Spikes, I had that goal for 3 or 4 years, and that was pretty special as well. So those are the 2 that really stand out as the clear favorites.
I like the Golden Spikes.
Yeah.
It's my favorite. Because it's such a different race.
Yeah.
It's the whole nation, and it's all college players, and it's pitchers, it's hitters, it's everybody, right?
It's technically not even just college players, right?
I guess
It's
not.
the best
You can be,
amateur player.
you can be junior college because Bryce, I
I
guess
think
he was a college player, but
yeah. I think it technically could go to a high school player
I guess it could.
because it's all amateur, I believe. But yeah.
and it's a different kind of a race. It's
Yeah. Much more competition. Maybe not the highest level of competition, but
Right.
just more volume for
because
sure.
it's a broader spectrum, right?
Yeah.
And also, I think that at the time that the Golden Spikes is being competed for, it's really the first time that players are on a national stage.
Yeah.
So once you make to the big leagues, you're already on a national stage. So competing for stuff on this national platform is kind of already understood or known or something.
Yeah.
But when you vault yourself into the Golden Spikes, he's back out there.
Yep.
What is going on?
Probably one more inning.
Well, congratulations, Evaldi. It's great that you're back out there. It's great, but I'm not sure exactly what purpose this serves.
I think it's just to get him to that 85, 90 pitch mark, keep him in,
Maybe what they're going to do is have him face a batter or two and then get him out of there. Maybe they want him to get, like you say, to 85 pitches or something. But
also, it's middle of the order. So you take him out here, you get 2 or 3 guys on, they hit a homer, it's 9-7. You're still in the 6th when you could have just used him to get through the middle of the order.
Yeah, like I says, maybe if you have him throw a couple more, a batter or two. Remember when we used to do all that?
Yeah.
The mechanical way before the TV discovered it?
Yeah. Back in 2009.
Yeah, we'd have the net and we'd count the squares and we'd say, okay, this one moved 4 squares on the net. That one moved. Yep.
Yep.
And then we'd do them that way.
Yeah.
And then at some point, the TV figured out that was kind of a cool thing. And then before you knew it, there's pitches going everywhere. And then there was Pitching Ninja.
Yeah. Yeah. We're 5 years ahead, 7 years ahead, something like that. You got to give credit to the original Yu Darvish gift, though, against the Angels. I forget I don't know who made that gift, but he throws like 6 pitches.
Yeah,
and
there they go. He's going to go. Yeah.
And they all go different ways.
Well, really, you got to go back to Perry Husband. Because
he
he's the guy we learned it from.
Yeah. I just mean as far as the graphics of the GIF and stuff. Yeah.
But as far as tunneling and stuff goes,
he's
the man. He's one of the real originators of it.
Yeah, no doubt.
Somebody that no one hardly even knows about. But a shout out to Perry Husbands, that's for sure. Yeah, they wanted him to face another batter, so good job, Evaldi.
What pitching advice do you have for a 9 and under pitcher?
9 and under. So what would that be? That would be a Pinto guy, right? Just between Pinto and Mustang, right?
It'd be Mustang.
Because 11 and 12, you're Bronco.
9
so
and 10 is Mustang.
Mustang is 9 and 10. So he's a first-year Mustang player, right? What advice?
Mm-hmm.
Throw long toss. Learn how to throw without any pain if he doesn't have any pain, and throw all the time and throw long toss. Build your arm up to where you can throw more than anybody else that's on your team without any pain.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you condition your arm that way, it will fuel the rest of your development because you'll be able to practice more and be more effective during practice because your arm can handle the rigors of the practice.
Yeah, it's an important point. In order to develop faster than your competitors, you have to practice more than your competitors. And the only way you can practice more is if you have less stress overall, you spend less time recovering, your body needs less time to recover because you're not putting as much stress on it. Another big point that I don't want to go unnoticed in that comment is throwing a lot without pain.
Yeah, it has to be without pain.
A lot of people will throw and be like, oh, well, I'm throwing and I feel pain. Well, what do I do? Well, find a way to throw without pain. You can change your delivery. You can change your mechanics.
Don't stop throwing per se.
Yeah.
but learn how to throw without pain.
Right. Because that's ultimately your body's way of telling you, like, that doesn't work for me.
Correct.
And so if you find something that does work for you, regardless if it's what what your favorite pitcher does or what your pitching coach might tell you to do or whatever, the best guide is your body. And if something hurts when you throw, it shouldn't, and that's a warning sign to do something slightly differently. So just be willing to kind of coach yourself on that front. If you do feel pain somewhere, find a motion, find a delivery, find a drill, find something that you can do where you don't feel pain, and do that more often, because that'll help set the movement pattern.
Yep. This ought to be a little bit interesting.
Yeah. Yep.
Ottavino, right? If he could get a big fly.
Yeah, he almost.
This is a pretty good matchup for Correa, I would think. Well, we'll see. I guess, I don't know. We'll see.
That big sweepy slider is going to give him some trouble. If he gets the cutter or the sinker coming back over the plate, it's trouble for Ottavino. But the bigger slider is that one.
I didn't have much horizontal break to it. That was more vertical.
I don't know if that was just a slower cutter or what, but let's see.
But we'll be able to tell right now. Let's see. Oh, they took the TV away.
I think that's the sweeper. The dot was kind of up on the.
Yeah, I couldn't really tell. The TV, they zoomed out too soon.
Yeah.
For us spin freaks.
Mm-hmm.
But if you understand spin, that's the only way to watch pitching.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where you're gonna have to live if it's a sinker.
But that's exactly what they did, right? They went up and in.
Yeah.
To Kiki.
Yeah.
So they went up and in to him, right? Because Correa's been giving him trouble, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
So now they're gonna. I don't know if they'll go up and in one more time, but then they open up low and away. Let's see if they go right away to low and away.
It's got to be the slider again. Oh, I don't like that, but
yeah,
he's behind it.
Dead center. That would have been better if they would have gotten all the way up and in instead of dead centering it. But now they could go away, or they'll probably try to go away. 0-2 makes sense to go away now. We'll see.
It's got to go back to the slider.
We'll see. Yeah, looks like they're going to go away. Yeah, that was the sweeping one.
And that's 83. So the first one must have just been a little flatter. The camera angle or something was a little bit
No,
deceptive.
it wasn't the camera angle. He either throws it purposely to go straight down, or he just didn't throw it quite the way he wanted to, because that thing went straight down. It had very little lateral movement.
Yeah.
That's more the slider that he's known for right there.
There it is. Yep.
That one went straight down too.
Well, that one also started because the way the camera angle is, if it starts going this way,
then
you can't see the break.
Yeah.
But if it starts,
I guess it's possible.
Hey, look, the thumb's tucked underneath there.
Yeah, he tucks his thumb, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yep, look at right off the knuckle.
Yep.
Yes. Exactly what we teach guys, right?
Yep.
It's like it's got to slip out of your hand sooner, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you tuck it underneath and get it on the knuckle, so it comes out of your hand just a slight, 1/10,000th of a second sooner or something.
Yep.
So that the axis tilts the right way, right?
Yep.
But it's a safe way to throw it too. Because instead of twisting your wrist, it's thrown more like a curveball.
Yeah, you just you set the wrist and you just throw it at almost like a fastball, but it just comes out of your hand earlier in the cycle. So
Yep. Because the way the traditional slider is taught, you kind of twist your wrist underneath it. But that motion where you twist it is dangerous. That's Tommy John area.
Yeah.
But throwing it that way, and it makes it slurvy, but throwing it that way, it's very safe to throw.
Yeah.
That was great camera work.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know it was great camera work, but it was.
The camera work in the postseason is always impressive.
Yeah, that was great.
The way they catch slow motion of all these moments and stuff.
Yeah, that was great. Seeing his thumb tucked under so it comes
Mhm.
right off the knuckle instead of the pad of the thumb.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed.
He's
I don't like
getting-
that
yeah.
pitch.
I like the strike there. Anything you could throw over the middle of the plate.
Yeah, you don't want to. You don't want to put another guy on base because then if Gurriel happens to run into one, right? Boy.
Yep.
But now you got to come into him, or you put him on base.
I mean, worst case scenario here, it's 9-5. You're still up 4. Throw
Yeah.
the ball over the plate, right?
Yeah, he's got to throw it over the plate and just challenge him to hit it.
Yeah.
Yep, he got it in there, just barely. Because you're better off at 9-5 with the bases empty than putting
Then-
another guy on base.
Yep.
It only gets worse.
Yeah.
It only gets worse.
I mean, I guess technically you're better off 9-3 with 2 guys on than 9-5 with no on. But from a just stamp the fire out type of thing, it's like, don't walk the guy.
Correct.
Take your chances. Even if he hits a home run, the chances of that happening are not very high.
Take your chances right here. Yep.
Yep.
Don't pour any more gasoline on the fire.
Yeah. No free base paths. No free base runners, I should say.
He is really late on that thing. Really late. He wasn't expecting a fastball at all. Really, really late. Let's see what happens here. Is that an axe handle bat? Looks like it. I guess it is.
No, it just looks like it has some tape on it.
Uh-oh.
Sit soft.
Yep.
Yep. But that's fine. That's what happens.
It's
You make
still-
him get a
it's-
hit.
Yeah,
Like,
it's 2 outs still, so all you need is an out here. Not the outcome you wanted, but it's better than a walk. Fastball.
yep. Yeah, it came off the bat really weird. I wonder if it was like just a little dinker.
It was a little bit up on the handle.
Yeah.
He just didn't get it out on the barrel quite far enough. If he would have gotten it on the barrel far enough, it would have gone off to right field because he would have had to get out in front of it a little bit further.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Not a huge home run threat, but a hit threat for sure. I like stealing second in this situation.
Why not?
They're not going to throw down.
Correct.
And you have Gurriel that's going to get hits at the plate.
Right.
So you get a hit,
And
you
it's
get
2 runs. Yep. I
Yeah,
absolutely
and
agree.
Ottavino's slow to the plate anyway.
Yeah. I
love that move.
absolutely agree.
I'd send him
Absolutely.
again.
I'd send him. Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. I'd send him again because it's what do you have to lose, right? You're already down 6
Yeah.
runs, right? You're running out of at bats already, right?
Yeah. Boy, that
Great
thing-
pitch to go on, too.
Yep.
Because there's no chance he's going to throw you out on that
Yeah,
kind of
well,
sweeping
and you
slider.
see what the Red Sox were saying there, that no one even broke to cover the
Yeah.
bag.
Yep.
Who's my favorite non-LA starter? It's a good question. Probably DeGrom. Because what he's able to do is so crazy. I always try to figure out how he does it. And he's so good that it drives me to be better. So probably DeGrom.
Threw it to him again. Great. The sweep on that thing
Yeah.
is just, he's really throwing it now.
Yeah. Well, you can see the ones that have the biggest sweep are the ones that are starting that way.
Yeah.
So there's
A part of
something
it
with the
is
camera,
you think?
camera angle. Yeah.
Maybe so. He's got to throw him a strike here, though. He can't get him to try to chase again. Because you just can't light a match to this thing. Yep.
Oh man.
Oh,
That was a ball. That
it's probably a ball, no doubt. But that was the
He's-
pitch. He tried to throw him a
This is
strike.
exactly what was going on earlier in the game. He's picking at the corners instead of just squaring up the middle of the plate and
Yeah.
saying, "All right, get your hits to beat me." And he's 3-1 now. So if he doesn't want to walk him, he's going to have to get more of the plate. Gurriel's in control here. It's a double in the gap. 2 runs
Yeah,
are
he
in.
can be a lot more selective. He doesn't have to go chasing anything. Oh, that was a great pitch. It's a great place to go.
Unintentional.
He only missed by about 3 feet.
3 feet. Yeah.
But it's a great pitch.
Yeah.
Because ultimately pitches are technically on the results, not on the quality of the pitch.
Yeah.
Well, now he's got him back to a full count. So now he can
Yeah. Now you can sweep the
he
slider
can
again
sweep
if you
the
want.
slider against him. Yep. Started on the plate enough that it looks long enough like a strike.
There it is.
Yep. And he got him.
Yep.
Ooh. He went. Whew.
Yep.
He was
that
relieved.
was really their chance there.
Yep. He was relieved. But he went up and in. And then it gave him the opportunity to keep that slider on the plate. And then as it ran off, have him hit a pitch that he's not going to be able to drive, right?
Yeah.
And he didn't drive it. And they got what they needed.
Yeah.
Ultimately, the pitcher still dominated. Yes.
What do you find with your high school players? Do scouts tend to care about velocity only? Do they care about
What kind
command?
of scouts? College scouts
Yeah,
or
college
pro
scouts.
scouts?
College scouts.
They want pitchability. And it's kind of crazy because, you teach stuff, right? That's when you teach.
That's all pro scouts care about is
Right.
stuff.
That's exactly it. When you
Yeah.
teach pitching, you teach stuff, right? And then you get the college scouts come along, and they're not so interested in stuff as they are pitchability. Because pro scouts look at it as, I got somebody here, and I don't expect him to pitch.
Yeah.
He's on a runway of 5 or 7 years before he gets to the
Right.
big leagues, right? And we're going to develop him all that time. So
Right.
we'll teach him pitchability, right? What we want is stuff.
Yeah.
So you teach stuff because that's where kids end up getting to the pros. And that's what you don't see many kids that want to be a college pitcher and that's the end.
Right.
They all want to be pros, right? So
Yeah.
you teach stuff. Then you get the college coaches on and they don't care so much about stuff. They care about pitchability. And so especially, can you throw a changeup?
Mm-hmm.
They're like crazy about changeups. And then can you throw a hard enough curveball? Because if you
That's
have this
interesting.
loopy curveball, or if it's really a slider instead of a curveball, they're not thrilled with it because college hitters can slam if it's too soft, or if it's too much like a slider, college hitters can hit it. So they look at your curveball and the quality of the curveball, speed and break. And then your pitchability with your fastball, and you got to be able to throw a changeup. They're like,
Now, what do you think about this? Because the changeup is it's a weird thing in pro ball. That's all that people in college focus on. Got to have a good changeup. It's all that people in the minor leagues focus on. Got to have a good changeup. And then you get into big leagues, and no one throws changeups. They tell you to throw breaking balls.
because of relievers. It's all about relievers in the big leagues. And if you're a reliever in the big leagues, it's not about throwing a great changeup. It's about throwing a great slider, right? Because as much as changeups look like fastballs, they don't look like fastballs as much as sliders look like fastballs. The reason hitters can't hit sliders has nothing to do with sliders. It's they can't tell them apart from fastballs. So they're always out in front of them because the slider is just slow enough, but its flight is so much like a fastball that they swing, they're out in front of them. If they're sitting on a slider and they know the speed that it's coming in at, they go a long ways.
Yeah,
they go a long ways.
That's the thing with changeups too, is they break the same direction as a fastball. So
Right.
the margin of error, like the ball ends up pretty much in the same position left to right that you're
Correct.
expecting it. With the slider, the fastball, it breaks opposite of the fastball.
Right.
So
So it's off the end of the bat.
yeah.
Whereas
Instead of
when
right
they're
in the
out in
barrel.
front of a changeup because they think it's a fastball, they pull it down the line and it goes a long
Yeah.
way. So, but college coaches are crazy about, I think it's because they look at it from a developmental standpoint that if you're a quality
Ooh.
pitcher in high school,
Yeah.
you would have already learned how to throw a good changeup. And if
Yeah.
you can't throw a changeup in high school, then probably they're never going to have you enough. They're not going to have you long enough to teach you a changeup, right?
Yeah.
So they want you to come with a changeup already there, right?
Mm.
And since since you really shouldn't teach sliders in high school, there are people that do teach sliders in high school, but you really shouldn't because the the joint hasn't fused yet, right? And it puts a lot of stress on the joint. So, but curveballs don't put the stress on the joint. So teaching curveballs is fine, right? So if you have a really good quality high school pitcher, he more than likely has a good curveball. So, that's what I find anyway.
When would you suggest starting to teach kids a breaking ball?
And by breaking ball, what do you mean? A curveball?
Curveball or slider, assuming you have someone that knows what they're doing teaching it. So you're going to learn the correct mechanics of throwing it. Is that 12? Is it 15? Is it?
I would never teach. If you're not a high school senior, I'm not going to teach you a slider.
Now that's from the health standpoint
Right.
of it.
Strictly from a health standpoint.
What about if you take the health aspect out of it and you say, okay, I want to get drafted. I want to have a chance to play in the big leagues and stuff like that. Don't you need a certain amount of time with that pitch under your belt if that's really what it's about in the big leagues, is having a good slider?
It depends on if you're going to be a reliever or a starter. But yeah, right. If you're going to get drafted out of high school, you throw gas.
Yeah.
That's a given, right?
Mm.
So they can teach you a slider as you come up through the minor leagues because you already have stuff, right? So you don't really need to throw a slider in high school if you throw gas enough that it's going to get you drafted. A slider isn't going to get you drafted. It's that you throw gas, right? If you're going to go to college and have to finish your development there, a slider doesn't really mean that much. You can throw a slider in college and it's great. And that ball's hit pretty well. Oh,
wow.
Nice catch.
Almost burned him, but he got there.
Yeah, he got turned around on it, didn't he? Because
Yep.
It wasn't really that deep. So I personally think that college hitters have a lot more trouble. They have a lot of trouble hitting curveballs. College hitters, they just have trouble hitting curveballs. I don't know what else to say. So I find that a good curveball is a better preparatory thing for college because you can start teaching a kid how to throw a curveball at 10. I don't find any. If you know how to teach a curveball, you could teach them earlier, but by 10 years old for sure. So by the time they get out of high school, they've already been throwing one for 5 or 6 years or 7 years possibly.
Yeah.
And if you start teaching it to them early on enough that they don't have to use it right away until they know how to throw it correctly, and that the focus on throwing it is throwing it correctly, not necessarily throwing it in a game, then it's safe to teach it to them, and they have plenty of time to use it and get comfortable with it. I won't teach anybody a slider for. I just won't until they're a high school senior.
What do you find is the easier of the pitches to teach, and has it gotten easier to teach it over the years, or is it about the same from a teaching perspective now with the advent of new technology, new measuring devices, the ease of slow motion footage, stuff like that?
It's so much easier to teach pitches now. It's just so much easier. Because if you want to teach a kid how to spin a ball, there's so much video. You just here, look, this is how it spins, right?
Yeah.
Whereas before, it was kind of like a mystery, I guess. In some ways, it was like no one ever necessarily agreed what the spin characteristics were supposed to be. Yeah,
it was more about the grip. Hold it on this seam, or twist your wrist like this, or whatever. It was kind of pseudoscience.
And now it's like not about how you grip it; it's about does it spin correctly, right?
Yeah.
And so you more worry about what the spin is than how they hold it.
Yeah.
And so I guess the harder part of it now is getting kids to actually be able to see the spin. For a lot of kids, they just aren't used to looking at the spin on the ball. And some of them, even though you tell them, can you see how that one's spinning? Or you throw it back to them and you say, can you see how that's spinning? They don't see the spin.
They're not used to paying attention to that type of a detail.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. But I find it easier because it's not like a black box now that it's not known how to throw it.
Yeah.
Right. high-speed film, you can see it coming out of their hand. So there's no question how the ball actually comes out of the hand.
Yeah.
When you were a kid, it was like
We had no clue.
you have no clue.
Yeah.
How does a cutter really come off your fingers, right?
Yeah.
Now it's like, well, not that it's common, but when you've studied cutters and change-ups and slurves and stuff at 10,000, 5,000 frames a second,
Yeah.
it's like there is no question how
Yeah.
the ball comes off your hand.
Yeah. You look at it and, oh, that's exactly what's happening. Oh, I see it left this
Exactly.
finger first or that finger second or
Exactly.
whatever. Yeah.
I think the coaches nowadays have to be more technically competent
Mm.
and really understand the technology and what it's taught them. I think the day of like, oh, I did it this way, so you do it that way, which is the way pitching was always taught.
Yeah.
I think those days have gone.
Yeah.
But I think to actually teach it technically properly, I think it's much easier today because the resources just abound. They're everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we started off with Casio cameras that
Yeah.
shot 240
And they were an advancement.
They were an advancement, and now you have every iPhone that's out there that shoots 240. You can
Right.
pull it out of your pocket and do it and look at it real quick and scrub through the footage and stuff. So
And you didn't have people that focused strictly on the spin. Since spin became a thing,
yeah.
and TV caught on to spin was a thing. Now you have all this video of spin, right?
Yeah.
Whereas before, no one really paid any attention to it because they didn't even know what it was,
Yeah.
right? It took a long time to actually, I guess, convince the media or teach the media that there was such a thing as spin and that
Yeah.
it actually affected pitches and that it
Right.
was the basis for what makes pitches what they really are.
Yeah. That's an interesting discussion because for a long, when I first came in the league, it was like you should throw high fastballs and tunnel them and with breaking pitches in the dirt and stuff like that. And that was just this hugely foreign concept.
Right.
And then it was
Because
like,
everything
well,
was sinkers at the bottom of the
Right.
zone. If you get it up, oh my God, Chicken Little, it'll go out of the park.
yeah.
Look
And
at
then
that.
you
Dead side spin. Look at that
with some
thing.
gyro angle.
Holy moly. Yeah, it's about 15 degrees.
Yeah.
That 15, 18 degrees of gyro to it. But it just is arm angle. It's out here and it comes off and
Yeah.
there's just no lift to the thing, right?
Yep. It's nasty.
Yep.
So then it was kind of like people realized that spin rate mattered, and then people started, after they figured out spin rate and velocity mattered, they started figuring out spin direction matters and the axis matters and stuff like that. That's kind of how it's progressed.
That's
so
the development of it. Yeah.
where do you we were doing that stuff in 2009, 2011, 2012, 13.
Yep.
I have a YouTube video called Pitch Design. It's from 2013 where we're talking about axis and spin of the ball and the physics of how a pitch moves in the air and stuff like that.
Before it was even really viable to track it.
Yeah.
Because that's when we were trying to get the TrackMan to work so we could actually, get more information about it.
So where do you see, like, what's the next evolution? What's the next thing that pitching is going to go to? Where do you see the industry going?
It's hard to say. I mean, because it's like, is there anything in the well left?
Yeah.
I think it really has to do more than anything. I think where it goes from here is into the philosophy of pitching.
Yeah.
Because I think that's what you're seeing change, right? In order to throw high fastballs and tunnel off of them with breaking pitches, at some point people had to accept the theory that you can throw high fastballs and it actually works. And nowadays, no one even thinks twice about it, right? They're
Yeah.
like, oh, he's going to go up. And even guys that used to pitch that were dead set against it. I remember hearing some of these
Yeah.
sportscasters, right?
John
Oh,
Smoltz 3-4
Oh,
years
yeah.
ago.
I was like, oh, you can't throw up in the zone. You can never. And now he's had to even accept that, guess what?
that's how
Pitching's done now,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That is how pitching is done now. So my theory is that I've decided that tunneling isn't the thing that they show now with all the pitches coming like this and
Mhm.
spreading off into the thing that you call a tree, which I think is a good example,
Yeah.
right? The tree trunk and then all the branches come off of it,
Right.
right? A tree trunk turned over on its side.
Yeah.
I find that there's a philosophy of pitch tunneling, and it's to define the outer edges of the strike zone.
Mm.
And that's what tunneling is really about. Because the fact that you throw everything out of this one tunnel and it all breaks off, I think has been proved that it doesn't work. You and I tried it for a lot of years.
Mhm.
A single tunnel theory, right? So that was the theory, a single tunnel, right?
Mhm.
And if you can get everything to come out of that single tunnel, but I just don't think
I
that,
think it's just extremely hard to have the command
right.
to
I
be
don't
able
think
to
it's
do that.
viable.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's viable, because especially with different pitches. Because if you start studying the flight of the ball, it would be so hard to get those pitches necessarily to tunnel up the way you want them.
Yeah.
So it's using tunneling to define the edges of the strike zone to do what some pitchers have done forever, like Greg Maddux and Tom Glavine and stuff like that, where they sit there and throw two seams off the edge, and then they throw two seams coming back on and sliders going off the edge and stuff like that, because you can set up tunnels with pitches that trick the eye,
Mhm.
but they don't necessarily all come out of the same tunnel.
Mhm.
It's just that where they say the edge of the strike zone exists, they tell the hitter, if I see it here, it's going to be a strike. So I can throw the ball here, and he says it's going to be a strike, but it ends up over here and it's not a strike, right?
Mhm.
And that's the way you get hitters to actually chase the pitch.
Right.
So I think I think that's what you'll see more of. And I think that's what you're seeing this day and age, right?
Yeah.
Because they've figured out, well, what do I want my relievers to do? Throw gas and throw sliders, right?
Mhm.
And they come out of the pen throwing 97 with a nasty slider, right?
Yeah.
And maybe they know exactly why, and maybe they don't, but it's the way those two pitches tunnel up and the
Yeah.
way it defines the strike zone.
Yeah, we talked a lot last year in the postseason about the Rays and the high slider,
Yeah.
because their relievers will throw sliders at the top of the zone. So
Yeah.
if this is the top of the zone, you have the slider that kind of starts above it
And they
and lands in.
right,
So now
and they just lay off of it.
that trajectory is now a strike. So anything that starts under that trajectory
Has to be a
has
strike.
to be a strike. But if it's a fastball, it
And
ends
it
up above
rises.
the zone.
Correct.
So you have this like weird thing that you can play at the top of the zone where you start the fastball inside from inside the tunnel, so to
Correct.
speak, and it ends up a ball, and then a slider that starts outside the tunnel but ends up a strike. Same type of thing you'd do with like a two seam, a backdoor two seam from a
Right.
righty, and then a slider that starts inside of that and moves away.
And everybody sits there and goes, how can he chase that pitch? It's two ball widths above the zone.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you how he chased it. They threw sliders up here that they laid off of, that broke into the zone and got rung up when they were 0-2 or 3-2, and they threw a slider up there and they just let it go, and they get tired of getting rung up. So now they say, okay, that's a strike. Now you throw the fastball under the underneath that slider. It's got lift to it, and they chase it 2 or 3 ball widths out of the top of the zone.
Yeah.
And I think that's really the developing this. It's the theory of how you use these different tunnelings and spin actions and stuff to really be able to high grade the sequence of pitching. Because you never get, well, I guess you can get guys out on one pitch, right? You throw a changeup, they roll over, shortstop gets it, throws it first base. But most at bats don't happen on one pitch.
Right.
So you have to look at it like pitching is a sequence of pitches. And how do I maximize the sequence of pitches to be most effective, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'd say.
So the theory of pitching and sequencing, that makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
I think that's very, I don't think we understand that well at all globally. No one ever teaches it either.
Right.
I've not heard a single conversation in pro ball about the sequence of the pitches and how to sequence to get a certain result. It's always like, oh, if you want a double play, just throw a sinker down and he'll roll it over or something. It's a singular pitch philosophy, as opposed to, okay, well, you're going to want to get him out ahead of something that's also sinking. So you want to get him to speed up. So you're going to need to go in with some fastballs to speed the barrel up, and preferably with a little bit of lift. So he thinks that the ball's going to end up here, and then you throw something that's a little bit slower, like a changeup, a little bit of depth, and he thinks it's up here. So he swings and he makes contact. He's out in front of it, and he's above it. And some of these more in-depth conversations, I haven't heard any of those things taught. I've not heard like, okay, if you want to strike out, then you throw a slider off the plate like this. This is how you read if the hitter bought into it or not, and then you can bring a two-seam back this way. But that's, I think, because most pitchers aren't at the level where they have enough of an arsenal to be able to do those things, multiples of them. They might be able to do a high fastball, a high slider, or a down fastball with a chase slider because they have a fastball and a slider. But I think as pitching evolves, you're going to see pitchers develop more arsenal, a deeper arsenal early on in life because that's what it's going to take
To compete.
to compete.
Yep.
And then you're going to have to then the competition is not going to be about the arsenal or the velocity. It's going to be about how do you get those results on a day in day out basis.
At less velocity even.
Yeah.
Right.
And how do you maximize that to be consistent to get the best results with an arsenal that might be very similar to another guy's?
Yeah, because see, the other thing that it's going to do, and I think, walks are terrible for pitchers, right? That's the antithesis of what you want to do, right? So how do you maximize a guy's arsenal to minimize walks?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you look at the differential between a high fastball and a slider, if this slider is breaking, let's say, 18 inches, right? So in order to get it to the top of the zone, he just has to be within 18 inches, right? He just throws it up there somewhere. And if it's anywhere near 18 inches above the zone, it'll probably make it there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most pitchers can probably do that, right? Does it look like a strike ever to a hitter?
No.
No. So does the pitch itself have a lot of protection?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has a lot of protection because it just never is in the strike zone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you tell him, throw a fastball, but throw that fastball dead center and let the lift carry it to the top of the zone.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how much room have you given this pitcher to not walk somebody?
Yeah.
Because of the margins of errors you're playing with. When he throws his fastball, he has a half a strike zone of margin of error. When he throws
Right.
his slider, he's got a half a strike zone of a margin of error.
Right.
Most pitchers can throw within a half a strike zone.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you saw that with Tyler Glasnow when he went to the Rays. They just set the target at the top of the zone all the time.
Yep.
It's like throw your curveball and try to hit the top of the zone, and then throw your fastball and try to hit the top of the zone. But you've got built-in protection for both of them.
Correct.
All
And
right.
so what it does is it allows your pitchers to be more efficient too,
Mm-hmm.
because they aren't necessarily throwing as many pitches possibly, but what they do throw is more effective
And
because
it
of
frees them up mentally too.
right.
Yeah.
So I think it's that theory, the being able to, and I don't think it's any different than when you came into the league saying throw high fastballs and curveballs off of it, right? And
Yeah.
it was like, that was like blasphemy,
Mm.
absolute blasphemy, right?
Yeah.
Some of this other stuff I don't think is blasphemy because I don't think it's been like articulated yet, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I don't think anybody's really sat down and thought, okay, what is the theory that you would use to teach pitchers to be the most efficient?
Right. I think Brantley gets a hit here to extend his hitting streak.
I hope so, because I like Michael,
Yeah.
but who knows? And besides, it'd be good for the game because it would get some interest level going.
Mm-hmm.
But with 2 outs, Oof.
He's got such a good eye.
yeah. What he really needs is to hit a bomb. Hit a bomb,
That'd be
Brantley.
good.
If Boston's still up 4 runs if he does, but still it puts some interest in here and continue his hit streak. Go, Brantley, go. I'm rooting for a hitter. It's terrible. Ooh, that was in his wheelhouse. That's one he should have gotten.
Safe?
No.
Oh, they got
No,
him. What
they
a
got
play.
him. Yeah, he's just a little bit too slow. It hit with his legs at this point.
That was a
Yeah,
heck of a play.
yeah, no doubt. Yeah. Brantley just doesn't have the speed to beat that one out. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was close.
Didn't get out of the box quite as well as he
Yep.
could sometimes because he kind of rolled it over a little bit.
Yeah,
He might get one more bat, and we'll see if they can get a couple runs.
not if we go to James Bond, he won't. What time is it? 4:30? Oh, we still got plenty of time.
Yeah. What other questions do you have for me from your students?
A student question?
Any? You said you had some student questions or questions that your students wanted to ask.
One of them wanted me to ask you was that what do you think about when you're trying to throw a pitch? In other words, like, because if you're learning how to throw a pitch and it's like, okay, I have to have my wrist in this position and I have to do this and I have to do that. Do you actually ever think about anything like the pitch type that you're trying to throw? Or is there something else that and you assume that you've practiced the pitch often enough that it'll automatically happen the way it needs to happen? Or what do you actually think about?
Well, what you have that day is what you have that day. Your body is not going to move differently if you're thinking about this or that or the other. Um, in an effective, competitive way. So, for an example, if I'm sitting there thinking like, okay, I have to make sure and get my finger in front of the curveball.
Yep.
That's a conscious thought.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to delay, or that's going to inhibit, I should say, my ability to throw it to a spot or to throw it aggressively or whatever. So I can't go into competition thinking about a mechanical cue, a grip cue, make sure I do this cue or arm speed that, whatever. So if we're talking about a practice session where you're saying, okay, I'm going to practice getting my finger in front of the ball today and I'm going to just rep that out a bunch of times, then that's one thing. If you're talking about in a competition setting, you can't think about that stuff. What you have that day is what you have. How your body's going to move that day is how your body's going to move.
So but if you don't, if when do you make an adjustment, right? Because like you throw one, right, and it's not very good, you don't just give up and say, oh, my curveball sucks today, so I'm,
well,
well,
what is not good about it? Is it the way that it's spun, or is it the location? Because there's different troubleshooting things that you're going to do for each of those. If it's just the location, then thinking about, oh, this is not good because it didn't do what I want, and I need
that they always struggle with, right? The quality of the pitch itself, did it move the way did I throw it the way it's supposed to be thrown?
Yeah, there's just very little that you can do in a game setting. So
you don't try
we talked
to do it
earlier
between
about
innings.
You can try to do it between innings. If you're going to throw between innings, you can do some of that stuff and try to get a feel for it. I used to do that in college all the time. Playing, travel baseball, it's hard to do that because you got to hit, you got to be in the dugout. There's just not a whole lot of freedom to do that. In high school, you might have a chance to be able to do that. If you're not a two-way player in college, you might have a chance to be able to do that. But generally speaking, when you're in a game, the adjustments that you make are, let me change my eyesight type of thing. You want to be as focused on the glove as possible, and avoid of conscious thought as possible. So even just the fact of noticing that the pitch is not the quality that you would like it to be is taking away from the subconscious in the zone flow state that you would like to be in. Right.
Right.
So my advice on that would be,
just accept what you got.
Accept what you got for today. View the game as a test. You've prepared, you've done work up until this point. How good am I right now? And if the breaking pitch isn't quite there, you say, okay, well, the breaking pitch was inconsistent. Now tomorrow or the next day or whenever I'm going to go back in the gym and start training, how am I going to make the breaking pitch more consistent? Let me take some notes after the game. Felt like this, felt like that. Breaking ball wasn't moving as much as I thought it was. Whatever your notes are. So you remember what you're trying to solve, and then go use the tools in practice to solve it, do some work, and then go take another test. But I think it's when you look at the vast majority of even big leaguers that I talk to, you ask them, what are you thinking about on the mound? And they'll give you 18 different answers. Oh, I want to feel my hip this. I want to think my arm that. I want to, I'm trying to throw the ball with this movement and see it spin that. I'm trying to. And all these things just completely take away from the flow state. When you look at the best possible performance mindset, it's got to be devoid of conscious thought. So when you talk to a pitcher after a great game and you hear him interview, oh, what were you thinking on this pitch? And they're always searching for words. They don't know what they were thinking. That's why they can't put it into words because they don't know. They were in the zone. They made the pitch, and it's like they're on autopilot almost. And that's one of the reasons they're having such a good game. So if you can train that mindset in kids all the way along, they're going to have a huge edge up in the future relative to people who are sitting there trying to think of things consciously in the middle of a game.
Yeah,
so long as they can then adjust the things they need to adjust in practice, remember the things that went wrong, or have a good enough feel for what they need to adjust that they can do the right work in between to solve the problem for the next time out. And that's why I think the coach player relationship is so important. The ideal scenario is that you have a player that knows absolutely nothing about what they're doing and doesn't think about anything, and they trust the coach completely, and the coach knows everything about what's going on and can recommend the right drills, can analyze the right data, can make the right cue adjustments, tell you to throw this ball or that ball different every time, do this drill. Hey, we're going to do this today. And the player says, okay, I show up and I'm going to do what the coach says, and I'm always going to try to hit the target. And that's their only thought. Now, that relationship exists in an ideal world, and it can never happen in reality because humans are complex and whatever else. But that's kind of the ideal scenario, because you want the athlete to practice so much just looking at a target and hitting it that they're not thinking of anything else, because anything else, again, is a conscious thought, and it detracts from your performance flow state.
Yeah, that, I guess, when they show up at practice, though, if they can't execute what they're being asked to execute, at some point they have to think about what it is they're trying to execute.
At practice is a completely different story if we're talking, in practice. So practice is all about getting the technique right and finding ways to.
So you were talking about just the game
state. Game state. Yeah. I mean, if you're showing up to throw a bullpen at night and there's not a competition setting or whatever, and you're trying to work on something, absolutely think about
what you're trying to work
on. Let me feel this. Let me look at the camera. Let me associate what the camera says with what I felt. Let me watch how the ball spun out of my hand. Let me watch it on camera. Let me do some of that stuff. Okay, my wrist was behind it. I need to feel more of this. Like, experiment out, figure out what the feel is for you that associates to the right look that you're looking for, or the right execution or whatever. But just don't expect to be able to throw the ball where you want to or compete at the highest level if you're thinking about those things. Yeah. So you have to be good at separating practice and game. It's like when you step across the white line, you should be very good at having no conscious thought.
Turning it off.
You should be able to turn it off, but no one practices that.
Right.
They just practice getting the skill set right, but then their mind is running all the time.
Right.
So they've never practiced how to turn that off on the mounds, and then go out to the mound and they're thinking.
And they're still doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That is something that it's hard to teach young kids, that, you almost have to pitch with reckless abandon.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, it's like, you have to kind of say to yourself, I have no idea or no clue what I'm doing out here, but I trust that whatever I've done in practice will be enough that it'll still go well, right? Yeah. And you just turn everything off and you just go, okay, here it comes. Woo!
Yeah.
But that's a hard thing to teach them, because if they don't experience success on the mound when they do it, it's so easy to start looking internally.
Because everybody's first place you look.
Right. Everybody's staring at you, right? And it's like, throw a strike, right? And you're like, well, why can't I get the ball over the plate?
And you think about the last practice session. Oh, well, the coach said to do this. And
right.
That's like, well, maybe I got to try this. And it's just really hard, human nature wise, just really hard to stay out of that mindset. But the people who are best at staying out of that mindset in between the white lines when they're competing are the best guys.
That was the exact pitch we were talking about.
Yeah.
That was a slider that Schwarber knew wasn't a strike from the very get-go.
Yep, gave up on it.
He gave up on it.
Now if he throws a fastball a couple ball widths above the plate, he's probably out.
Yep.
Well,
because how can he not swing at it?
Yeah,
right?
He sinks the ball, so it's a little different for him, but a sinker up there still works here.
Yeah. How can he not swing at it? Yeah.
That was a strike.
That was a strike.
Got the zone. You don't need to check the swing, just call the pitch.
Boy. So Kiki comes to plate now. If you're a pitcher, that's like, no, thank you.
There's the beach ball graphic.
That's kind of a cool graphic, wasn't it? Hitting a beach ball out.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if they do it again. So they experimented, right? They went up and in. This pitcher may not have quite the same tools, but let's see if they go up and in on him again.
Yeah.
If they think that that's the place they're going to get him out from here on in.
They're going to try to sink him down and in and slide him away, I would guess, given this guy's arsenal.
We'll see. He was
set up.
He was set up. He missed like 3/4 of the zone, but the catcher's glove was 3/4 of the way up at the top of the zone and right on the inside line.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like he was supposed to go up and in.
It's gonna be hard for him to get the ball there. A guy with a lot of sink on the ball, getting it up and in is tough.
Let's see where they go again. Nope, they're going back up there. Yep. Oh, he got it in on him.
Yeah.
And
Way
and he
in.
swung at it, and it
And
was
it was
way
nowhere
in.
close.
That was three ball widths off the inside part of the plate.
You probably read that as a slider, honestly.
Yep. I think they found the hole finally. I bet you that guy's gonna.
It's
I
a
bet you
dangerous game
Kiki-
going in there.
I bet you Kiki's gonna get balls up and in
The rest of the series.
the rest of the series. If
At least until he proves that he can hit one. 'Cause as
until
soon
he
as
yanks one. Yep.
As soon as he comes off his approach and hits the pitch up and in, then they'll have all the other stuff opened up.
Yep. But I bet you he's gonna see that pitch in his nightmares or in his great dreams.
Oh, that ball should have been crushed, but that sinker that ran the other way, the pitch before, opened that up because that's that hanging down and in slider that goes 500 feet.
Yep.
And he's frustrated because he knows he missed it, but
Yep.
the one that almost hit him in the chest when he swung the pitch before helped protect that pitch.
Yep. That's tunneling.
Yeah,
That's tunneling right
the one
there.
that's way off the plate,
Yep.
and you get one that starts on the outside of it and comes back. And
Yep. That's tunneling right
creates some
there.
confusion.
Yep. So now what does he do? 1 and 2. So they haven't gone away yet. They could go away, or do you go back up in there? I bet you they go back up in there.
You run a fastball in.
They're gonna pick.
You
It's
just
no
hung
fair.
a slider. It's, run a fastball. It starts middle and dives in on him and see what you get.
It'll be interesting to see if they go up and in there again. Yep, there they go. Oh, and
no.
they hit him. Oh, geez. And he almost swung at it.
Yep.
I'm glad he's got his
That hit him-
guards on.
I think that hit him on the forearm, though. He's in pain.
No, well, he may be in pain.
it
He's
hit him
trying
on
to
his-
not act like it. I thought it hit him on the guard. Oh no, right on
Oh,
here.
it got him on
Right on the bone on the back
Yep.
side.
That's not good.
Oh no,
It
it missed the bone and it hit
like
the meaty
outside,
part. Yeah.
but there's not a lot of meat there.
Nah,
But
he should be okay.
for
'cause it
for
was a
those
glancing
pitches,
blow.
Yeah, for those pitches up there, that's about the best you're going to get away with.
You
I was
see how
gonna
much
make that-
he swung at it.
Yeah.
They went up into
I
there
was-
again and he swung at it.
I was going to make the point earlier that when you're going up and in, you never want to think about it, right? But if you go up and in and he checks his swing on something and you hit him in the forearm or the wrist, there's potential that it makes him even more uncomfortable. You never want to.
You don't want to do it as
No, you're not doing it on
right.
purpose, but
But it happened.
it's just a casualty of trying to throw up and in when
it
the guy's that
happens.
hot.
Yep.
He goes to take a check swing just like you saw. It hits him on the wrist.
They-
he misses a game or something.
Is
and
this the second or the third? No, this is the second at bat. They obviously
Yeah.
changed, right? They've been going up and in, up
Yep.
and in, up and in. Now they got one where he actually swung. It wouldn't have hit him if he didn't swing
No.
at it. There's no
No.
way that ball hits him if he doesn't swing at it.
No.
But they got him swinging at it,
Yeah,
right?
but this is exactly what you had to do if you're
Yep.
the Astros to go up and
Yep.
in there to make him uncomfortable.
No
That
doubt.
was an extremely uncomfortable at bat for
No
him.
doubt. No doubt.
Two balls chasing him, like gets hit, like whatever. Yeah, he's
No
on
doubt.
base, but especially
Yep.
in this game, you make him uncomfortable.
Yep.
He missed a slider that he's been crushing.
Yep. For the
you
next game.
you start turning the tide a little
Yep.
bit.
They definitely have changed something. They finally says, look, let's do something different. Let's
Yeah.
try this.
Yep.
And it's all about next game, right? Because you may not win this one, but it's setting it up for next game. That's a huge deal if they're going to cool him off.
Oh boy, Rafi.
If they're gonna cool him off, that's what they got to find something. What's going on now?
I know it's commonplace, right? It's just natural habit to let the bat go. I mean, let the bat fly
Ugh.
on his own. But the more he does this, you can't imagine it's going to feel or do any better. So cutting the swing.
Is it an
Does he have an
oblique
oblique?
forearm? What is it?
Yeah, I don't know. Has he been in? Maybe he's had an oblique for a while. I don't know.
They said his forearm, but
It is his right forearm then. Boy, he's
Yeah.
shaking it out for sure.
Yeah. Now he's gonna come back and hit a freaking homer. I've seen this routine. Hitters play it off. That hurt. Come back. Wham.
Swat it. I don't think he's gonna hit a home run. That's a great pitch.
Yep.
That was a great pitch. That was the rising fastball. He got him to chase a ball that was a ball width above the strike zone
and
in. There's no way you hit that pitch.
Yep.
96. It was 96 right here. There's no way you hit that pitch.
Yeah.
That was a great pitch. Yay, pitchers. I wonder if the Red Sox in general hang out over the plate. Are they a team that I don't know much about them. I wonder if they're a team that, like, you know, just hangs out over the plate so they can get the stuff off the plate. Because the Astros have clearly made a pitching change.
Yeah.
Not pitchers on the mound. They've changed something about what they're trying to do.
Yep.
Because they're starting to really go in on a lot of them.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. I think just anytime you have a hot offense, it's generally because they're comfortable in the box and hanging out over the plate. So the fix for hot offenses is generally
make them
more fastballs up and in, more fastballs off the plate in, chase them with pitches, the sliders breaking in on lefties, two seamers running in on righties, stuff like that.
Maybe so. Yep.
So
maybe that's it. Just like, okay, enough.
Yeah.
They're hitting everything. It's time to make them uncomfortable in the box. Could be. Could be just that simple, right?
It could also be that, like, okay, well, they've hit everything else, so
why not?
Let's try this.
Yeah.
You know, but
nothing else has worked.
It's almost impossible to be that hot and only be hitting stuff in, because no one throws in. You know, so if you're super hot, you're probably getting the sliders away, the pitches away, pitchers trying to be careful, and you're probably hitting those pitches.
Right.
You're probably not seeing pitches in. So
because the thought processes in pitching is you're better off staying away than you are in, right?
Yep.
Because you're going away from their power instead of with their power. So more than likely, you're right. More than likely, a lot of the hits they've been getting, or maybe pitches away that don't quite get away, they end up on the outer third or something.
Yeah, or pitches that just kind of are crippled in the middle. You know, not really in or out, just kind of.
The J.D. Martinez grand slam was clearly one of those, right? He just took it to right field and out it went.
Yeah.
They went away from his power and it cost him 4 runs.
Yeah.
They're off throwing him right in on the hands.
Yeah.
All right, if you want to yank it.
Yeah. That's the danger with JD, though. He'll take the ball in on the hands and shoot it in the gap over there, just like he'll shoot the away one over there.
Because he does the Miguel Cabrera thing. He's the inside-out guy where he tries to take the inside fastball to the opposite field.
Yeah, he's so good at manipulating the barrel like that.
Yeah. That's what made Miggy so hard to get out was he hit everything exactly the opposite. He tried to take the inside fastball that he's supposed to pull, and he'd hit that puppy the opposite way.
Yeah.
He'd take the outside breaking ball that he's supposed to go away with, and he'd pull the crap out of it.
Yeah. Yeah. It just fouled off the up and in pitches or dunked him in over there, and it bought him enough speed and enough time that he could hit everything else. And
what a great hitter.
You couldn't get the ball by him up and in. Because he was really good at hitting the ball in here and just fouling it off.
Yep.
And he'd look at you and laugh like, you can try it again, and you'd do the same thing again. And you're like, are we gonna move on to something else? And you do the same thing and you foul it off.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Hitter. Just a great hitter for who knows how many years running. That guy's just a great hitter.
Yeah, no doubt. One of the best.
He wasn't Barry Bonds great, but he was right up there.
Yeah.
The difference about Bonds is he hit everything out.
Right.
It's not that he hit everything; he just hit everything out.
Yeah. Yeah. That string of 4 or 5 years that he put up was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yep, they like that park. Oh boy,
That ball was in. And he's a big boy.
that ball ran over the plate.
Yeah. But that ball was intended
It's
in
supposed
and
to
it
be
came
in,
in.
yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder what makes this Whitlock guy so hard to hit. I haven't looked at his metrics and stuff.
It looks like ball
Throws
moves quite a
hard.
bit.
Does have a good changeup. I've noticed that. But his fastball seems to just be an invisible. Must have a lot of lift to it from a funky arm angle.
He kind of stabs with it before he gets his
Yeah,
arm
the
action's
delivery's a
pretty
little-
short, but he kind of stabs and then it comes up.
Delivery is a little awkward in
Yep.
general. There's some like little hitch to it.
Yep.
Not saying it's bad. It just is. It's
Yep.
different. See, that's two middle fastballs that just slide off the barrel.
Yep.
He's got a little cutter that is definitely effective that complements the fastball well. Big guy.
That's his pitch. He shook up twice. Change up.
See, it's a good pitch. Got a lot
Yep.
of run and depth to it.
Yep. Yep. Well, he don't want to put him on Alvarez because you got the hottest hitter on the Astros probably coming up. Who we got down there? Stanky. Stanek.
Stanek, yeah.
Got him.
It has to have a lot of lift to it. Everything's in the air or they're under everything. That's got to be what it is. It's a hard fastball with good rise from a funky arm angle. That's got to be the
ticket.
That's got to be the ticket there.
Well, we'll see what Correa does with him.
Here's a question for you. Who would you rather have on your team? Prime Griffey or Prime Bonds?
Prime Bonds.
Yeah.
Even
with the lack of defense?
Griffey was like great fun to watch. He's just wonderful. The smile and going up and robbing people and everything
it was
like that.
electric.
But it just, when Bonds came to the plate, you just dropped everything. It was like the world stood still for those 3 pitches or whatever he saw.
I remember the 2001 playoffs and the Angels and he hit 8 homers or something. And it was like literally, it was like the Emperor was walking to the plate.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no.
Yeah. It was must see TV.
And then you had Jeff Kent behind him that just cleaned up the mess because they'd walk Bonds and then Kent would be there to.
Yeah.
But it was a different imposing presence.
I mean, for longevity and everything, maybe Griffey, because he was just so much fun and everything like that. But for just sheer entertainment value, the drama associated every time that Bonds came to the plate, right?
Yeah.
There was just this like sense in the air that something was going to happen, right? And it usually did.
And he was kind of a villain too.
Oh yeah. Which made it the best.
Because you would tune in, you would watch because you'd want to see him lose. You'd want to see the pitcher get it. You'd want to see him. At least that's the way it was for us, being Dodger fans growing up. It was like, we want to see this guy. Because someone get him out.
Yeah.
Whereas
and no one ever did get him out.
Yeah. And Griffey was just so loved by, he was such a fun player to watch. So.
Yeah. No one hated.
I'm sure there are people but
I don't know any. That's for sure. Everybody loved Griffey and everybody hated Bonds. He was the villain.
Yeah.
He was Mr. Snidely Whiplash, right?
Yeah.
What was it? Not Snidely Whiplash. Snidely.
I think it was Snidely Whiplash.
No, but what did I
Widely
used to say?
Sniplash?
Widely Sniplash.
Yeah.
He was Mr. Widely Sniplash.
Yeah. Yeah, there's just a different vibe when he came to it. Maybe that's because he just, like I said, he played for the Giants and it was, we went up against him all the time.
Well, he was an imposing presence too.
Yeah, you have the armor and the plate.
Yeah. Griffey was a great athlete, but he ran, he jumped, he did a lot of things. And Bonds was Bonds when he was young was Griffey, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he did what Griffey did.
Yeah.
He was like 2 different players. There was the Bonds when he was young, which was a lot like Griffey. But then there was that imposing figure that strolled the plate. And McGuire was that way a little bit too, because he was just so big, the Bash brothers. But Bonds
Yeah.
was just like, man, when he came to the plate, that was it. Just things just stopped.
Yeah. How about on the pitching side? You taking Nolan Ryan or Greg Maddux in their prime?
Oh, I don't know. That's tough. I grew up a Maddox fan, so I'd have to take Maddox just because
Yeah.
my memories of Maddox are so much more than Ryan. So TBS, right? That's when baseball really became a nightly thing.
Yep.
You got TBS, and you could
Yep.
be in your dining room, and there were the Braves,
And they were the
right?
Braves.
And
Yep.
there were the Braves, right? And it was Gladden and Maddox and Smoltz and and later on Chipper but yeah,
Chipper and Andrew
it
and
had to be
Giles.
It would have to be Maddox just because that was the guy.
Yeah, 4 Cy Youngs. Obviously, Nolan had the no hitters and stuff.
Yeah.
But
when it came playoff time, those guys never really won like you expected them to.
It's
Smoltz in the playoffs was the one that was the best of them all.
right. Well, that's that thing in the in the postseason. You need the margins are so thin that you need stuff to bail you out when you're not
Correct.
pinpoint and on it.
That's right.
In the regular season, if you give up 3 today because you had a slightly off day, well, if you're on it next time, you give up 0, you have a great ERA.
Right.
In the postseason, you
get
give up 3
chance
today, and you might be out.
Right.
And the run's over. So
yeah,
having stuff that can bail you out when you're not super on is
stuff wins in the postseason. I hate to say it.
Yeah.
Stuff wins in the postseason.
Yep.
The other night the let's see, what was it? The Giants were playing the Dodgers, and I won't say exactly who was matching up, but I just looked at the 2 type pitchers that was there.
Yeah.
And you had one on the Dodgers side that was just like all stuff, right? And you had one that was kind of smoke and mirrors over on the Giant side.
Yep.
And you said to yourself, well, this is pretty clear what's going to happen tonight.
Yeah.
And usually that's the way it turns out. Now, it's not always that way, but
Right.
that's usually the way it turns out. Because in the postseason, where you're not trying to get like tons of innings out of people either, right? Because
it's a power game.
It's a power game, right? And the team that's got the most stuff usually wins. That's all there is to it.
Will there ever be another hitter as feared as Bonds?
Never.
No.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, it's
how?
Yeah, it would be the stats he put up for those 3 years where he walked like 250 times and still hit
where they
70 homers.
Where they'd walk him with bases loaded.
Yeah.
I mean, really, they was so
intentionally
feared that they'd intentionally walk him with bases loaded.
Yeah.
There's no way.
And it was the right decision.
Guaranteed. Yep, absolutely. Better to give up 1 than 4, and it was almost those were your 2 choices. There wasn't anything in between. It was either I'm going to give up 4 or I'm going to give up 1. 1's better than 4. Walk him.
Yep.
God, what a nice piece of hitting.
Oh.
What a nice piece of hitting. That was a tough pitch to hit.
What a play down there in the corner, honestly. Like to slide, to avoid the ball, to gather the ball in, to throw back.
All of it. Without hitting the wall, he got down so he didn't hurt himself.
Found the ball, and got it in very quickly.
And even when it bounces up, he plays it off the wall just perfectly to actually get it back in. As soon as it's down at height, he's got it.
Yep.
Man, that's just
really
great all
impressive
around.
Play.
Everything about it. The hitting,
great baseball
the
play.
Throwing, everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Correa over there trying to deke him.
Yeah.
Really well executed all the way around.
The beauty of baseball.
Yep.
Nothing
if you know
like
what to look for.
Nothing like it, right?
Yep.
There's nothing like baseball. And it's not too slow. It's the 9th already? Buster, how did we get to the 9th?
Some good pitching.
I guess. I lost track of what inning it was. I was just having fun watching the baseball game.
Mm-hmm.
And it just kind of rolled by me. Oh. That ball is
Way
Yeah.
off the plate in.
that ball's a ball and a half width or 2 balls off the inside of the plate.
Mm-hmm.
98, and he still turns around it.
Yeah.
That just shows you how fast MLB hitters' bat speed is. How do you get to 98, a ball and a half or 2 ball widths off the inside of the plate, and still pull it?
Yeah.
Instead, just missing it completely.
Or getting blown up and
Yeah.
having your bat shatter. Yeah.
Yeah, just unbelievable.
Yep.
Just absolutely unbelievable. That's what makes major league hitters so tough, though. They have such great bat speed
Mhm.
that they can wait so long to
Mhm.
try to get an idea where the pitch is going to be or what type of pitch it's going to be or
I mean,
whatever like that.
If
They
you think
just,
about current day pitching and how good it is,
Yeah.
relative to if you just look at the history of baseball and how much it's advanced, the technology, everyone throws a good breaking ball and everyone throws hard now. Everyone,
pitching has never
the-
been better.
right. And hitting to be as competitive as they are in this is just ridiculously
There's
good.
nothing wrong with the hitting,
No.
and they say, oh, well, hitters, there's nothing wrong with the hitters. The problem is pitching has just gotten so
The
good.
pitching is advanced quicker
Yeah.
than the hitting has
It-
in the last 4 or 5 years.
It would be wonderful to take the Ted Williams errors and stuff like that and transpose those people into modern day and have them go up against modern day pitchers
my
and see what
goodness.
happens.
They
It would
wouldn't get a hit.
It'd be a disaster.
They wouldn't get a hit.
Yeah.
Or if you took any offense in today's game and you put them against in 2000, just 20 years ago,
Yeah,
they'd all hit 400.
probably. Yeah, probably. Because they've just had to get that much better
I mean,
in
think
order
about
to
it-
try to compete against today's pitching.
Think about it this way: who was the best pitcher in 2000? Name some who were the best pitchers?
I don't know, but
So
the ones, even if it was the A's and it was like Hudson, Zeter, and Mulder, no,
yeah, you have Glavin,
Right,
Maddox,
Glavin, Maddox,
Smoltz in the 90s, right?
Smoltz threw hard.
He threw hard.
But Glavin and Maddox, their stuff doesn't really.
I mean,
it
think
doesn't.
about Bartman Ball.
Right.
You have the Cubs, you have Kerry Wood, you have Mark Pryor, you have but think about what those guys were from a stuff standpoint. Mark Pryor was one of the best pitchers in the league, if not the best pitcher in the league for a couple of years there, right? He was 94, 95 on
Correct.
average. He had
Correct.
a breaking ball that was probably
Correct.
good and maybe a little changeup or something.
Correct.
He's a 2-pitch guy.
And
Think
now
of
he'd
it-
be an
think of it-
average pitcher.
Think of a 2-pitch guy today that survives as a starter.
Right.
Someone like Tyler Glasnow, who has to be 100
Right.
with one of the best breaking balls in the
Right.
big leagues,
It's-
and he still can't get by only on 2 pitches.
Right. Pitching has come so far.
Think about a random starter who's 94, 95 with an okay breaking ball these days. They don't exist because they
not
can't.
out of the pen, that's for sure.
Well, they can't start either.
And they can't start with only 2 pitches.
So,
Pitching has come just like light years. It's pitching has gotten so advanced,
yep.
and it's no wonder hitters are having a tough time. And my hat's off to them because how do you hit 100 where pitchers throw it today? And it's not even 100 anymore. It's
No.
102. It's 103.
Yeah.
Right? And they come out of the bullpen door. And if they throw 97, they're like,
Yeah.
eh,
It's just 97.
it's just 97. It's 97.
Yeah, I mean, the goal for me growing up was always like, if I can get to 90, I have a chance to be a big leaguer. 90
Correct.
was the threshold.
Correct.
Then it was like 95.
Was
and now
gas.
it's not even 95
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah,
It's like, if you
95
don't
doesn't
throw-
qualify
If you
anymore.
don't throw upper 9s, you're not getting in the door.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. The bullpen door swings open, and then after a while, it's not the bullpen door, it's the starter door.
Yeah.
The starter door starts to swing open, and they're throwing 98.
Yeah, I mean, DeGrom's sitting 99, 100,
Yeah.
101 for
Bueller's sitting 96, 97. Oh, double play.
no, just one. They didn't quite get him.
They didn't quite get
it
him at
looks
third?
like.
Nice move though by Bregman. He tried. Did he get him or not? I don't know. That's pretty close.
They might review it. Yeah.
If I was the Astros, what is there to lose?
Yeah. Well,
Oh, that's close.
that's tough. Tough to
Oh
overturn.
boy, that's going to be tough to overturn. That was close.
Yeah, chat's pointing out Pedro as best pitcher in early 2000s. Those couple years he had with Boston, you guys are right. I mean, 300 punch outs, 30 walks. Like
Yeah.
The all-star performance he had where he punched out 6 straight and no one was close is one of the most fun things to watch.
No, Pedro was wonderful.
Yep.
But he
had 3 pitches.
He was rare.
He had 3 pitches though.
Right.
And he threw upper nines.
But
Pedro was 96 to 98 with a wipeout changeup and a wipeout breaking ball.
But even Tin Lincecum too.
Yeah.
He's another one, but they were rare. Now the door swings open and it's like a steady, elevator shaft full of them coming up.
Yep.
It's unbelievable.
Yep.
They
Good play,
get
Bregman. Yep. Overturned it.
They overturned him, rang him up. I thought he got him.
Yeah,
Just watching it, I was like, I think he got him. Yeah, pitching is just is, and you know what a lot of it is either pitching coaches or pitchers in general, or I don't know exactly why, but they were quick to adopt technology. There wasn't a tremendous amount of resistance across the board. There was resistance to technology, but it was kind of localized, and there was other people that were willing enough to adopt it.
Yeah.
The implementation of technology on the pitching side has just been so much quicker, and the value it's been to pitchers. And now young pitchers don't even realize what they're given because they start out from the very get-go with it. It's it's the air they breathe every day, right?
Yeah. Here's a question for you. Would pitchers in the 2000s have been better or worse with today's technology?
I guess it depends on how they adopted it.
Yeah.
Spin rate, if you look at it, maybe, I don't know, because they tried to sink the ball so much, but maybe if they understood that if they had the axis tilted over, they'd get more sink, then I guess it could have made their sinkers better. Today's technology, a lot about it is lifting the ball, right? And back then they didn't want to lift the ball. So if they had to just say, well, I don't want to lift the ball, so this is all going against what I want to do. But I guess if they understood it well enough where they could go in and say, I can use this technology to get the kind of sink that I want and high grade the sink I want, maybe it would have made them better. I don't think it'd make them worse. I don't see how it'd make them worse.
Yeah. So either neutral or better.
Neutral or better. I guess it depends on the ones that understood it enough to utilize it.
Yeah.
Versus if they thought they had to change what they did.
Right.
Because if you're going to change what you do, you got to change all the way, right?
Yeah.
You can't try to throw the ball in a different spot and sink it and have it end up in the middle of the zone. And
yep. There goes one of those jets.
Yeah, one of those neat jets.
Yep. All right, chat. We got half an inning left. So if you have any questions for Buster or for me that you want to answer, ask away because we got 3 outs left.
Ask if we're gonna enjoy James Bond.
Assuming the Astros don't somehow come back and tie this, which I think is not going to happen.
Man, I wonder if that was one of those cool jets. I usually run outside to see them.
Yep.
Ultimately, the score hasn't changed much. Remember how I said how a lot of times they go to sleep. They had 8, they got 1, so it's been 9, and then that's it. Right at the top of the zone. And now you see guys that even if they only throw 94, 95, they still throw right at the top of the zone.
Mm-hmm.
It's just been such a huge change in baseball over the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
At first, they fought it like crazy.
Yeah.
But now it's like so widely accepted. It's like, throw it up there at the top of the zone.
Yep.
See, nobody has any questions for me, Buster. I'm not a good I'm not a good live streamer, Buster.
The chat's been loving you.
94 above the zone again. God.
Yep.
And right in on the hands. Wow.
What's your favorite brand
Just
of apple juice?
Wow. The cheapest one. But it has to be 100%
100%
apple
juice,
juice.
yep.
But other than that, it's the cheapest one. Apples are apples. Some taste this way, some taste that way. They're all good for you.
What are your favorite ballparks?
Uh, what is it T-Mobile now in Seattle? I think
Seattle,
it's T-Mobile. Yeah, because I always call it Safeco, but
Yeah.
T-Mobile. I really love watching ball games there.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly why I like it so much, but I just like it. It's just a really great place to watch ball games.
And you get to be there in the summer when it's it's just beautiful there.
Yeah. Ooh, talk about being uncomfortable. Holy moly.
Getting them
Let's
back for
see.
Kike, huh?
Who else? Let's go down to the Bay Area. You know, the Giants, their stadium's nice, but I really enjoy Petco Park. Petco Park is a beautiful stadium.
It is.
I want to go see the new Arlington one. It looks like it's wonderful. But I'd say Petco and T-Mobile. I went to the old time stadiums, you know, the Fenways and the Wrigley's and stuff like that. And the nostalgia part of it is wonderful. But, you know, if I actually have to see a ball game there, I have others I like better, I have to say.
What about the new Atlanta? Have you been there?
It was wonderful.
Yeah.
It rates right up there with the Petcos and the T-Mobiles.
The skyline,
and stuff.
The skyline there is just
it's wonderful.
Amazing.
PNC is wonderful. I don't. I'm not sure I would rate it as my favorite, but
the ballpark itself
is just wonderful.
A good ballpark.
Yeah.
Combine it with the visual behind it, and it's stunning.
Yeah. But just to sit and watch a game, if I had to pick one, I'd go watch one at T-Mobile.
Yeah, that's a good pick. It's always in my top 3, top 5. It's up there.
Part of it is just being up in Seattle in the summertime, right? It's
an outdoor park, but it's indoors kind of. You don't get rained on, but you get the feel of the day, and it's right there by the water. It's a beautiful setting.
Yeah. Driving up to the park is wonderful. Yeah, parking's easy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe it's because I always have preferred parking because of my buddy here. Oh, yes. Right? But it's easy to get in and out. I park right there. I cruise across the street. I'm right in the stadium. Yeah, I like it. Because, sometimes, you know, sometimes the parking is so much hassle that you just like, you know, it's like, really? I have to jump through this 50,000 hoops just to, I don't know.
Yep. Let's see here. What else we got? Question for Warren. My 10-year-old keeps pitching high. Nothing looks off on video except an early release. Any ideas?
Ask him where he's looking.
Yeah, generally at that age, they're going to struggle to throw the ball where they want to anyway, right? So the fact that you would continually miss in a certain direction is commonplace to be expected.
But if he's always mitching up, it's probably because where he's, you know, his visual location and stuff is off. Ask him to bounce the ball 3 feet in front of the plate and see if he can do it. And ask him to bounce it in front of the plate 3 times in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And then have him throw it the zone and see what happens.
Yeah.
I bet you anything he throws it right in the middle of the zone.
Yep.
I'll bet you anything. I've tried it too many times.
Yep. That's one of our favorite things to do on curveballs, right?
Yeah.
If a kid's having trouble getting a curveball down, it's like, okay, I want you to throw it halfway to the plate
and bounce it and throw it as hard as you possibly can.
I just want you to spike it in the ground.
Yeah.
Overemphasize on that end of it, and then you say, okay, now work backwards a little bit.
Yeah.
And find the release for it.
Yep. Absolutely. Oh, 99 at the top of the zone, and he yanked it. Holy moly. Oh, man.
Yep.
That was a thing of beauty.
Right after, Mr. Pitcher Lover over here. Right after I say last at bat, he's not really a home run threat. Of course that happens. Yep. Now, to be fair, that's a homer in 2 ballparks. Both of these teams' ballparks,
but still, what a thing of beauty. Man.
Yep. You got him.
Yep. It was right at the top. Wow. Oh, man.
That's above the zone even.
Probably. Oh, man. What a thing of beauty. See, he's even saying it. Oh!
Did you see him pull his front
Yeah,
arm in there?
it's up right on his shoulder. Oh, man, what a thing of beauty.
Hitters
There's
are amazing.
There's times when you just have to admire it, right?
Yep.
Even if you're a pitching enthusiast like me, you just got to tip your hat and say that was a thing of beauty. Oh, man. How do you get to that pitch, Trevor? 99 right at the top of the zone.
I don't
Whoa.
know.
Maybe I was wrong about 99, but
95,
I
maybe,
swear I
either.
saw 99.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, he just pulled his arm in the entire way. Amazing how they can generate that much bat speed and not even get like the
Through
full
it.
kinetic
yeah,
whip of the bat.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
that was 92. Maybe it wasn't
It was
99.
probably 95 and it looked like a
Maybe
9.
it looked
but
like a
either
9
way,
because all I saw was it come off the bat, and I was like, holy moly, he hit that thing.
Yeah.
Man, what a thing of beauty. Love baseball.
Oh boy. Lots of spray here this inning.
The drama is the number of mound visits. That was pretty good announcing. I have to tip my hat to him. That's pretty good.
That was funny. Yep.
That chat should ask me how many baseball games I watch without any sound.
Yeah. 100% of them.
About 100%, exactly.
Yep.
You know, when I watch baseball without the sounds, what I really miss is the sounds of the fan.
Yeah.
I think some network one of these days is going to get smart and say we can enhance the experience by providing the sound of the park, so you're
Yep.
almost like at the park,
Yeah.
right? But we don't necessarily need the announcers, so you can click on 3 things, right?
Yeah.
Picture only, picture with sounds of the park, picture with sounds of the park, and announcer,
Yeah.
right? And they'll give you the full gambit. And for us that really love the sounds of the park, because that's one of the best parts, right?
Yeah.
Because that's what it's like being at the park.
Right. And the viewing experience gets so good at home, but that's the one thing you miss is the atmosphere of it.
Right.
So if you have a surround sound system
Right.
and it's this fan noise, so it
Right.
just gets super loud when,
Right.
you know.
But the fan noise and all the announcing for people that are real hardcore baseball fans or something,
yeah.
sometimes the announcing and the kind of, the nature of it I'm not going to say that there's anything wrong with it, but the announcing has to be aimed at a certain level of fan, right?
Yeah.
They can't have it be for the most sophisticated fan.
That's why the StatCast broadcasts are so cool, because you get a higher level of
right.
technical knowledge, and
Correct.
I'm wired that way, so I enjoy those.
So for those whoever comes up with it or decides to do it, for those that are really the broadcast stuff sometimes becomes a detriment
Yeah.
to the actual enjoyment of the game.
Yeah.
By being able to just give you fan noise without any announcing and then let you watch the game, I think is gonna, boy, that ball's going a long way. Wow.
Holy moly.
Man. And that
That was
one
another
was,
bomb.
and that was no cheapie.
No.
That was the dead center. That was no cheapie. Boy, I guess.
Yeah. That was a bomb. That was a bigger bomb than the one before. It's so hard to get the ball out to that part of that park.
I don't know if anybody will ever do it, but that would be, for me, that would be ideal.
Yeah.
Surround sound fans, because they could set the microphones in different parts of the stadium.
Yeah.
So you'd really get a real experience of, the ballpark in general,
Yeah.
but you just simply not have to have the announcing of it. And you just watch the game,
Yeah.
right? And you have your buddy over or whatever, right? And you talk about the game just like you would be if you were sitting in the stadium, right?
Yeah.
Wow, 2 bombs, some action in the 9th.
In the 9th. Yeah.
And to think we would have maybe have already gone to James Bond, and we would have missed all that fun.
That's right. What else we got, chat? Did your dad play much baseball in his youth? What position did he play? You didn't play a single year of baseball, did you?
Nope. The year I was going to play, when I got started, they didn't have enough coaches, so they had to fold some teams. Mine was one of the teams that got folded, and they were going to try to stick them on other people, other teams, and I never got on another team, and that was the only year that I actually tried to play, and that was it.
Yeah. What kind of recovery do I do after bullpens? I don't do a ton after bullpens, but I would recommend that you do some overcoming eccentric external rotations. So let me explain that a little bit. I kind of get on one knee and I put my elbow on a bench, kind of like this. And so I'm facing this way and my elbow's a little bit below my shoulder. And I have someone pressing on the back of my hand, taking me from this position to about this position, and I fight it at max intent for about 6 seconds. So I'll be pressing back as hard as I can, and Buster will overcome me for about 6 seconds through this range of motion. I do basically 3 sets of 2 or 2 sets of 3. I try to get 6 reps in. So I'd recommend those because that's fantastic for shoulder activation to turn on anything that was any muscle that was shut off during the bullpen. And it's also great for tendon strength and future capability to resist injury. So that would be one of the first things that I would recommend. I would do some forearm finger holds, finger hangs. You can think of basically if you were going to like do a pull-up, but just grip with like 2 fingers. Something like that, where you're holding and stabilizing the forearm. Again, it's another isometric, kind of turning on everything in the forearm to make sure that can recover well and nothing shut down for the next time you throw. And then I would do some sort of active recovery, a Mark Pro, some sort of maybe a Normatec. Sorry, I said active recovery. I would do some sort of passive recovery. Like a Normatec, a Mark Pro, potentially a Game Ready, something like that. But that's generally what I do. You can do some light isometrics in different positions, laying on your back, arm crossing over like this, external rotations where you're just doing light ones, but you already have the external, the posterior cuff activation with the overcoming isometric or the overcoming eccentric that we just demonstrated. So that's really all I do after a bullpen. It's the overcoming eccentric and it's the forearm stuff. So that's my recommendation.
Boy, Altuve could stand to get started. He hadn't gotten going too well.
Yeah, they've handled them pretty well.
Yep. Well, this is it. One more strike, and this is over with, Buster. So let's see if it actually ends or not. Brazier's on the mound, and he's actually been really effective from what I've seen.
Mm-hmm. Struggled in that one inning against the Rays, but other than that.
Did 97, and it's out of there.
Nope.
Oh,
not quite.
Holy moly.
You never know in that park, though, because that porch is so short out there.
Yep. And that ball was a half a ball to ball width above the zone.
Yep.
And he still went and got it. Oh, man.
Yeah. All right. Red Sox win it. Player of the game, Buster. Who's the player of the game?
It's dual. The 2 Grand Slam guys, JD and who? Devers. Yeah, it's split the difference, right?
I think it's Devers, just for getting him started. Or sorry, I think it's JD for getting him started in the first inning. Got him off to a lead, got the momentum in their favor, quieted the crowd down. JD Martinez, player of the game.
All right,
and that's it. That's it for this chat. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We'll see you in another one soon.
See ya. Maybe.